Yeah, good song, good stuff, good start. Hey everybody, welcome. How you doing? I'm a little bit loud. Let me turn that down. There we go. Hello. That's a shame. Oh my god. Okay, there we go. What's up, folks? Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to you. How you doing? Sorry about the slow start there. Apparently my computer doesn't want to record. That's strange. How you all doing though? Welcome. Good morning to you. Having a good day, I hope. Doing like I don't know, nerd stuff, right? That's what we do. What does that sound? Oh, my light is bouncing against my mic. There we go. Guys, CitizenCon has passed. We're over CitizenCon. It's so 2 weeks ago. Has it been 2 weeks? It's probably more like 3 weeks now, huh? Man, that was fast. CitizenCon is in the past, and IAE is upon us in like T-minus 2 days, 3 days, tomorrow. So I figured to wrap things up and kind of summarize everything we have going on for the rest of the year, we could sit here for a couple hours and go over all the features, all the ships, all the little changes that they've talked about that might be coming into the game by the end of 2023. So that's going to include things like the X1, the Santok Yi, the Storm SRV, salvage gameplay, some Star Engine updates, new hair, cargo changes, all that kind of jazz. We'll kind of touch on maybe some things that could show up, but for the most part here, I'm going to be covering this roadmap. So, hope you're interested in talking about that. If not, maybe we'll jump into game at the end, but you might want to come back for that. Either way, welcome everybody. Good to see you all. Let me see why this is giving me a little bit of a problem here. I don't know what's... You know, OBS always has something going on. Okay. Now it's recording. For some reason, it just didn't record at first. It just didn't want to. Brent, with the jambalaya. Good to see you. Echo, welcome. Welcome, buddy. How you doing today? Really, though. How are you, my friend? I'm not going to ask about milk this morning or your love for the cotton candy milk. I'm just wondering how you're doing, man. I hope you're good. Rhino, Matt, Sully, and Frisch. Good to see you all. Frisch, did you see, I think it's the YouTube, or my Twitter profile now has that picture as its banner. Thank you for making that. Oh no, it was the original one. The one with my face in the sun. Thanks. Appreciate it. You really need to go chase the dog around the backyard for a bit? Well, okay. That's good. Blank TV. What's up? Good to see you. Alex Moore, howdy. How's it going? 07s, everybody. I see toes in chat from Mrs. T. Reliable as always. Coffee. Architect. Deathlad. Good to see you three. Brian, Soku, Colt. Welcome. Punji with the toes. I see you. Fresh. Prince of Corsair. Welcome. Vastan, dude. How you doing? May your Pop-Tarts be warm and the hot cocoa hot. I have no... I just have water today, actually. I'm keeping it cool and healthy. No caffeine for me. Programming nanoset thruster inspections. So much fun. Dude, we're doing something so similar, but in our heads. Yeah. Nanoset brain inspections is on the menu today. So excited for new hair. Same. Not necessarily this hair, but I'm more excited for the character creator. I wish it was coming sooner. Just came in, so next patch, when do people think it will release? Probably in tomorrow? Good morning, Luna Maria. Welcome. Did they say when we can have our bikes by any chance? Bikes are stuck behind balance tech. Gotta teach these characters how to stay on their own 2 feet first. You see, we still tripping everywhere. Can't walk in straight lines. So we've got tabs on tabs here, guys, for all the different vehicles and features that we might be seeing come for the rest of the year. This is going to be a bit of an overview, a pretty in-depth overview of the stuff that we know is coming, or at least is tentative on the release view, and stuff that we think might be coming. We'll get to that towards the end. First, we're going to go through all the confirmed stuff, just so we all have a good idea of what to expect. You know, this IAE is exciting, It's a lot of ships. It's a lot of noise. But for people who are really just looking for new features, it can come off a little disappointing by the end, because it is mainly new ships. So we'll dive into the deep end here. You have a busted leg? I am sorry to hear that. Might not be able to play the game for a month. I hope you feel better, my friend. That's rough. I'm wishing you the best, Axis. You're excited for salvage SMA. You think they're going to use the reclaimer arm for structural salvage? Yeah, I think so. It's like both doesn't sound right because we've waited so long for that, and also sounds like it needs to happen finally. Totally just make the wheels bigger and then no balance tech required, right? Yeah, that'll work. Just make the wheels bigger. That'll do it. Just some big wheel bikes rolling along, like one of those old bikes with the big front wheel and the small back one. Yeah, I'd ride on that. All right, let's jump into this. Okay. First stop. Everybody's favorite. John Crew. No. The Crusader Spirit. We don't really have too much to talk about with the Spirit. We've covered it a lot over the last couple of weeks, and because of that, I don't want to spend too much time on it. But we got a pretty decent segment on it last year, sort of in CitizenCon. It was last year's Zeus, if you will, and they seem to try and be treating the Zeus in the same way. We'll probably be seeing it release around CitizenCon or IAE next year. But last year, I wanted to give you guys a little look into what they were saying about the Crusader Spirit and sort of where it fit into the lineup, what their plans for it were, and we'll discuss how that seems to be shaping up so far.
Our new concept ship, which is the Crusader Spirit. This is a series of ships from Crusader Industries that is designed to take on a variety of other manufacturers' ships at the two-person crew level, and does a wide variety of tasks depending on which variant you pick. The two standout competitors to this ship are naturally the Cutlass and obviously the Cutlass Blue, Red, Steel, and the Freelancer series. Those are all similar sized ships to this, and they also
there's a first thing that he said right here is that they want this to be a competitor for other two-person ships, and the way that they are pumping out these more mid-sized ships now, it actually does seem like maybe the difference between a 2- and 3-person size ship would be significant enough to not consider them competitors. I mean, in certain instances, yes, because we all have different types of activities we want to do with a ship that might be outside of its norm. But like, there's a lot of comparisons between the Zeus and the Spirit. And the fact that they're releasing in such close proximity, and like just the focus on the amount of, I guess, suit lockers, beds, and stations per players in the ship, maybe the Crusader Spirit is something that's going to not be as impacted by the Zeus as people are thinking. But, well, we'll have to see how the components and the balance and everything weighs out for that.
Similar sort of roles. Compared to the Cutlass and Freelancer series, the Spirit benefits from not only Crusader Industries' sort of stylish physical appearance, but also their renowned speed and agility over those other variants. We have 3 variants of the Crusader Spirit. We have the C1, which is the cargo hauler version. We have the A1, which is the light to sort of medium bomber version. And then we have the E1, which is the executive VIP transport version.
One of the really nice features of the Spirit series as a whole is the front half of the ship is kind of like this shared area, and it's the rear section that swaps out.
So the C1 is the cargo hauler version. This comes with 48 SCU of cargo capacity in the central area.
So that's now been upgraded since they did this concept. That 48 went to 64, and I gotta say, it's a pretty nice sweet spot. You know, I definitely understand the wings take up. For anybody who doesn't know yet, if you look at this picture, it kind of gives you a really good idea of how big the ship is compared to how much space you have. You're basically just this little hallway right here. Like, this entryway is just a little bit thinner than the rest of the ship. And really the only thick part is the cargo bay that's right here in the back. So all of this wing space is mainly unused. We say unused because we don't walk in it. They could house components and stuff there, but we don't know we don't know if they can use it. So that's people's big complaint, and you can see that a lot of the ship's size is that wing. But man, I just don't care because I love the ship. I love the look of it. I love the feel of it. It's simple, but it carries everything I need. I maybe could do with one more room for recreation, but like, I really love the size and makeup of the ship.
The versions via the rear ramp. It's wide enough to allow a variety of ground-based vehicles on board, such as the Cyclone. You won't be fitting larger things in it like the tank. However, with the size of the cargo bay on the C1, you can put a vehicle and still have some cargo capacity left over. The A1 is the bomber version of the Spirit, which sort of splits the difference between the Hercules A2's bomber version, which has both size 10 and size 3 bomb options. This comes with size 5 bombs, and they are arranged in 2 vertical gravity dropped formations down each side of the central area. So you have a nice little walkway down the middle, and then you have the 2 sort of lines.
There again, this kind of shows you it's basically just this central hallway. So you got a lot of wing space out here. And the wings, I think, are going to be fairly strong. Crusader has a good reputation for armor strength and just good armored transport vehicles. And that will play a role in how strong or weak a ship is based on their maelstrom system and everything. But yeah, a lot of wing. Whole lot of wing. How's it going, Holston? Good to see you, dude.
Side of you, and you'll be able to see them drop out of the bottom of the ship.
It delivers a different role to what the Starlifter does in terms of the bomber. I think it's a much kind of smaller, faster ship, so it's much more agile. You're going to be kind of getting in and out and you know, doing your bombing run and then getting back out of the danger zone quite quickly. So it feels quite familiar in that sense, but it does deliver a unique kind of play style compared to the Starlifter.
So you might be asking yourself which one's better, and it really depends on what you want to wipe off the face of the planet that you're bombing. Obviously the A2 has both heavy hitters and what could be described as carpet bombing, whereas this is sort of for when you don't want to completely annihilate everything on the ground. And lastly, we have the E1 variant, which solely exists to give Jared heartburn over his Starliner. So this is a sort of taste of what the Starliner will get in the future, but on a much smaller scale.
VIP1 is a really interesting module.
Oh, Paul.
It's basically split into two levels. And so, you know, we really wanted to sort of have that
So
VIP experience.
This is the one we haven't seen in game yet, and I'm guessing these 2 levels in the back are a big reason why. But also, we don't have. I don't know if they're going to hold this off until passenger transport is ready. Are they going to try and release passenger transport with this ship when it's ready? Like, what are they going to do? Because we could say, yeah, it's got 2 decks, and it might take longer for them to make the ship, but at some point they're going to finish this thing. Some point probably in the next several months. Maybe they actually have just put it on hold, and they're not even going to work on it until passenger transport's further along. I really do wish that we could just say, oh yeah, passenger transport will be here next year, but at this point, the last 2 years, I think, my beginning of the year prediction of features videos had passenger transport on them. I think this is going to be the year that I just don't include it because there are no signs anymore. The signs we had are pretty old. They're being very quiet about it. I'm guessing it's something that'll come after server meshing is more stable. They're going to make it taller because you can already touch the ceiling. Can you really? In this back section? I feel like the cargo hauling variant at least is kind of tall. If you look, there isn't much dead space in the wings. Right, a lot of it is taken by the thrusters. Several data and explore ships out there without a detailed loop. But how many have come out without their gameplay possible? I think the only 2 that I would say have come without the actual gameplay possible were the Cutter Scout and the 400i, because they just don't have that mid-range exploration possibility. But ever since they said that they don't want to release ships without gameplay, I think the Raft would be the other iffy one. The MSR came out. The MSR and Herald both came out before they made that statement. Reclaimer also did. They made this statement, I think, in 2020. I think it was 2020 or 2021, when Elwyn Bachelor got on the camera and said, we are going to stop releasing so many ships before their gameplay was ready. Since then, the only 3 ships I think really fall in that category of they didn't have the gameplay ready are the Raft, the 400i, and the Cutter. And like, they could all do broken versions of what they're meant to, right? Like, you can scan with the Cutter and the 400i, and you can cargo haul with the Raft. They just didn't have their specifics. But I can't think of any others in the last few years. In 321.1, you're really enjoying the updates and final polish of the Spirit. Specifically the A1. I'm really liking the way they're going about the tractor beams. Yeah, gameplay choices can make ship designs break, and I think, I mean, obviously they started to get to the point where game design was coming up enough that they realized they could hold off on ships. What is the role of the Raft? It is a quick delivery vehicle. Meant to deliver a large amount of cargo, larger than the Nomad, but smaller than the Hull C, and be able to do it very fast. All right, back to the Spirit though, because this E1 variant is going to be pretty cool. And I think, yeah, I don't know what they'll do with it. Again, you could be like, oh yeah, you can release the E1 variant because there are transport beacons. That's technically passenger transport gameplay. So they could do that. I don't know what they're going to go about it with though.
And so, we really wanted to sort of have that VIP experience. Obviously, you're coming into a sort of multi-role ship, but when you get into the module, you've got lockers, space, space to put any sort of personal belongings. If essentially you're going to 2 elevators, left or right, and take you up to the top deck. So it has that sort of first-class feeling.
I think what really makes the E1 stand out compared to some of our other ships is the large panoramic glass roof. So when you're in this kind of shared VIP area, you're gonna have great views and be able to kind of like explore the verse in something that I think is gonna be quite unique.
And we also have the Mixmaster, which is at the front of the module, which is basically where players can go and choose whatever the drink it is. So it's, cocktails or coffee. Then players will also have super comfy seats. They'll have the widescreen TV in their module.
I'm really excited to see when we start getting our players and our AIs into these ships and being able to kind of explore the verse.
Josh,
and,
what a pretty spaceship.
Experience that kind of luxury living that, I've not yet to experience.
And you don't really see a ship translate into the game looking as good as its concept, but this one really did. And kind of surprised me with that. I love seeing the way the ships get into the game a lot better than they used to. I mean, literally part of the reason we're seeing this ship, I won't say that's confirmed, but I feel like part of the reason we're seeing this ship is the MSR grew to create a space for it. And like that was back in the time when you would get a ship in concept, but the ship that you got in game, you weren't really sure how much it was going to match. And this was super close.
The sort of core of the ship changes with each variant, but there are some aspects which don't need to change. And starting from the front of the ship, you naturally have the cockpit or the bridge. So like other Crusader ships, you have the side-by-side pilot to co-pilot arrangement. Then you have behind them their living quarters / bunk area and component access. And then you have the variant section, which does change the sort of internal floor plan of the ships between them. Then at the rear of the ship, you naturally have the ramp access area. So that's the Crusader Spirit. We hope you look forward to seeing this and seeing what it can do in the game in the future.
All right. So before we move away from the Spirit, I do want to touch on something they mentioned there, which is pretty funny. Let's talk about Star Citizen's passenger transport. Like, if we have all these ships that are coming out for it, we've got the 400i now, we've got the Constellation Phoenix, the 600i, the 890 Jump, the 85X, the Spirit E1. That's 6 ships that are dedicated to transporting people. I'm pretty sure I'm missing a couple there. You guys might might help me out there. I guess the Cutlass Steel technically could count as one. The Cutlass Steel, the Valkyrie, all of these are like transport people from A to B. Starliner's not in game yet. So like we have 6 to 8 vehicles that are solely dedicated to this game loop that we can't even do really, besides with other players. And we're just constantly talking about it. So why don't we take a little bit of just a couple minutes here and let's look at what that actually is going to entail, because there are different types of carrying people. Sometimes it's combat purposes, sometimes it's social, sometimes it's business, and they kind of lean more into the tourism side of it, at least from what they say here. This is from 2015, so things will change from this. But as with all these design documents that we go over every once in a while, they try to follow it pretty closely. And as you can hear, he did mention the Mixmaster, which we'll get to. It's literally a drink-making machine. If they add NPC passenger missions, there might be strict requirements to qualify for some of these missions. Yeah, there definitely will be. As much as we'll go over here. Can't they just release the E1 for human personal transport? They can. They absolutely could. Thought the 400i was just a luxury exploration ship. It might be geared as, yeah, just an exploration ship, but I think you could use it for some touring. Which is, I think, another part of passenger transport. Is like, you don't actually have to be going from A to B. You could just be going and showing someone B and then bringing them back. Not talking about personnel transport, we're talking about civilian transport. Let's get into this. Passenger transport is heavily regulated, and the first step in an aspiring transporter's career is to obtain a license at the government office of the various landing zones from which you wish to pick up or deliver passengers. So straight off the bat, they're like, hey, you're gonna have to, basically it's like the bounty hunting missions we do. You have to do one in each location to be able to take people places. Or to kill people, I guess, as a bounty hunter. You'll have to do the same to take them places. There's going to be recurring fees for the license. You're going to have to work on fuel efficiency. It's just a lot of like theory crafting. But if we get down, they start to talk about things like reputation, which is, I think, more interesting. To transport another character is to have them place their trust in you. And as such, your most important business asset is your reputation. Allow that to be sullied, and it will be a long, hard road to regain the community's trust and business. Reputation directly impacts 2 things: whether your license to operate is temporarily revoked or not, and how much of a discount you must suffer or premium you may enjoy when competing against others and offering an otherwise identical level of service. That's kind of what they've been talking about. I mean, this is them talking about reputation in 2015, 8 years ago, and they've basically been talking about this same idea with reputation during CitizenCon, just not with passenger transport. So with passenger transport, it'll be measured via how well travelers are being safely delivered and the overall level of satisfaction. So it's like cargo boxes with attitudes. While the former is very straightforward, the latter involves the evaluation of many different components. They'll all keep track of their flight experience in a number of different ways, and their ticket class directly impacts how forgiving they are in their evaluation. So all y'all who want to go transport people in their super nice VIP transports might get a little more complaints than the Genesis Starliners out there. While the higher fares that can be charged for first class may seem very appealing, adequately dealing with the increased difficulty of satisfying a more demanding clientele will require much more than simply the one-time purchase of a ship offering the desired seating, comfort, and amenities. Travelers that purchase the higher tier seating classes expect superior service, higher quality food and drink. It means none of those little pyro slug things in my after morning meal. Most people call that breakfast. I don't. A greater selection of entertainment offerings, prompt medical treatment, and better access to shipboard facilities. That means bathrooms. It means you guys can't do that, Cutlass owners. How well these expectations are met will ultimately determine how a player's reputation in the passenger transportation field evolves over time. So, It is a lot. I obviously, this is, again, a theory crafted, granted it's by the people who are literally making the game, is a theory crafting document. But if you go back and you look at all the different ones, you go back and you look at cargo interaction, you look at ship repair, you look at FPS stances and breathing, the new damage system, each one of these documents, you can find all these on their website, by the way, very easy to find. Each one of these documents, like, literally is just a really, really, really old version, or like a just in the words sort of version of what they wanted to do with this game eventually. So when you read stuff here, it's worth taking into account that they are old documents. But these things, they give you some pretty good insight into where the game is headed. So when it comes to passenger transport, I'd take this with a grain of salt, but I would still kind of consider that this is kind of true. Feel intimidated playing for the first time on the 17th. Gonna take you ages to learn about all the features and machines. Probably gonna make a study plan. Don't worry about overloading yourself with this game. If you're playing this game right now, you are so far ahead of most of the player base. So, like, don't overload yourself. Trust me, it gets to be a lot. Especially because things are just constantly changing, and you'll learn something and then they'll change it. Why is this loop needed for the game? As citizens, we all have our own ships. Why would NPC citizens not have ships also? So most of the NPCs in the game aren't citizens. That's the main reason why. It's also not really needed for the game, but it is, you know, an important part of a functioning universe. People have to get transported places. There are plenty of times when I don't want to fly my ship. I released a video. There's a special video. If you go onto the channel, this is for supporters, Patreon, YouTube, Twitch. If you go to the channel and you look at the members only videos, there's a video I did here called Why No Ship Players Should Be Excited for Star Citizen, because there's a lot of people. And I actually show the results in this video from the polls I did. There are a lot of people who want to play this game and not really fly their ship that much. You would be surprised. So I think even if this weren't needed for missions per se, they need this to be a functional system for players to be able to get rides. Might as well just throw in the missions and NPCs with that. They were fun in Elite. You know, one of my favorite moments in Elite Dangerous was jumping into a distant star system. I was just out there just jumping over and over, just switch space for hours. And I got into this random star system, and this little ping comes up in my corner of like a cruise ship captain talking to their people, telling them what they're seeing. And like, I know it was staged and canned and everything, but it did not matter. Because I don't care how many other people saw that thing happen. It felt like it made the space I was in feel so lived in. Because I had never seen something like that. So I think it would be very cool to show up at a starport and see an actual player ship offloading NPCs that they just flew from a different star system. How insane is that? Pretty insane. Just answer that for you. You've seen so many pilots crash because they can't watch the deck. I crash because I can't watch anything. I'll literally be looking at the ground I want to land on and I'll still crash. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they do passengers. Let's jump down to the kind of another interesting part. So obviously I talk about information communication and entertainment system. This is basically keeping NPCs happy, where the Sims up in here. But the really fun part of this is the Mixmaster, the thing they mentioned in that video. One of the more common service requests is for a mixed drink. I got a kick out of reading this. Passengers key in their order through ICES, which immediately transmits that information to the Mixmaster associated with that particular section. The Mixmaster is connected to 8 different beverages and has a rotating set of nozzles. Pressing one of the 8 associated buttons causes the corresponding beverage to dispense until the button is released. Alongside the seat of the passenger that ordered the drink, and the time remaining before a reputational penalty starts to accrue is the formula for the desired concoction. A formula such as 1148 would indicate the would indicate that 2 parts beverage 1, 1 part beverage 4, and 1 part beverage 8 are required. The quality of the drink displayed on the Mixmaster is determined by how accurately the portions were allocated. If the player isn't happy with the quality of the drink, they can simply press a button to discard it and start anew. But ships carry a limited supply of beverages, so this tactic should be used sparingly. That 8 SCU of storage, you're going to have to use some of that for your drinks. Upon acceptance of a drink, it is moved to a conveyor belt on the side. Thus, players can prepare multiple drinks in a row and then move to deliver them. Or one player can mix the drinks and another one focus on getting them where they belong. While a passenger in coach would be fairly forgiving with regarding in slow delivery times and a poor mixture quality, travelers in business and class and up would expect much more. I know chat's blowing up right now. And repeatedly disappointing them would have an adverse effect on the opinion of the flight and ultimately the player's reputation. So like this, I feel like part of them mentioning this is that it is kind of a joke. I don't think it's gonna be, I mean, okay. Here's the deal. I fully think they can do this. This is not that complicated. This is like, I mean, this is basically like what we do with mining, right? Instead of picking a different mining laser, you're picking a different drink laser. We're Beam Citizen, yeah? So these are just drink beams, and you just decide which one is going into the cup. It's not that difficult a thing to do. It's just a matter of like, how will they make this fun? I can see it being super fun for like role-playing and fun at first, and I am not the target audience for this feature, so I'm not going to say whether it is or is not fun. But I feel like in the same way that selecting a mining laser can like really affect the way that the rock responds to you, they'll have to figure out a great way for this to give you some proper feedback. It's gonna be interesting. I do believe that they'll do the Mixmaster. They probably won't do it exactly like this, but I think they'll do some sort of drinks can be served. Maybe it will just be like you can choose the drinks for the flight itself, and then that determines how many of the people actually like those drinks. I don't know. Yeah, or drones. But yeah, the Mixmaster, I'm happy to introduce some of you to it. I hope this was a first dive into this feature. This will be more intense than the bed sheets, I think, when people find out about the Mixmaster. There's also like customization and upgrades for all these systems, medical treatment, and then you like have to hire flight attendants. So the same way that you'd have to hire an engineer on your combat ship as an NPC, you might have to hire a flight attendant, and they probably have some set things that they do. We've actually seen like the social AI in Squadron 42 look amazing. So I expect that this will be a very immersive experience to do, but there's a lot to it. And that, my friends, is the end of the Spirit C1 or C1E1A1 part. Now we go and we take a look at young Jared and young John and talk a little bit about the Argo SRV. This is going to be the first and possibly only towboat, at least small towboat in Star Citizen. And after playing with it for a couple weeks, can confirm it's a pretty big deal. I can't wait to do a bigger video on this. I've got a Tractor Beams video coming out later this week, but the Argo SRV I think deserves its own. You love all the roleplay and immersive elements of SC. As a longtime roleplayer over 13 years, I actually love this. Yeah, I mean, people are going to absolutely enjoy this. I just hope that they can get hundreds of hours of gameplay out of it. Yeah, I ain't great at flying. If I'm off stream, I do okay at flying. But if I'm on stream... The funny thing is I have to shoot videos. So I'm pretty good at flying when I'm filming. But not when I'm actually trying to like land places. It's like that target fixation thing. My motorcycle riders in the crowd will know. Tractor beaming wet wipes from a clogged drain. Ew. Ubdi, how you doing, dude? Welcome in. You're here just in time for some SRV talk. I'm not going to go through this whole thing. It's 40 minutes long. But I'm just kind of trying to give you guys an idea of where these vehicles that we're talking about began, what their goals for them were, and where they are now that they're releasing. Don't think I have that for the X1, but at least here we have the SRV. Let's listen in.
Coming weeks. But right now, this is our chance to get as many SRV things in as possible. So, John, right off the bat, most of the SRV questions were related to the tractor beam. Were related to the tractor beam. Big surprise. That's the big selling feature of the SRV. The most voted up question, I guess, directly to that was, will the tractor beam technology used on the Argo SRV be the same as the ones used for other ships, like the Cutlass, the Caterpillar? I think even they don't mention it, but the Reclaimer is supposed, it's supposed to have tractor beams. Are we talking the same
315p
tech?
as well. Yeah, it's all the, I'm gonna hit these ships. They're all the same mechanics at the end of the day. What's different is the quantities and the power that they have. So the SRV is built around, like, it's the only ship in the game at the moment that its sole purpose is to use that tractor beam stuff. So all its items are built to powering. Tractor beam technology is a very power intensive thing because and I know there's going to be lots of questions about griefing and how it all works, but it's a lot of power to do this mechanic. So those other ships that have tractor beams, if we ignore the Reclaimer for now, those are sort of like, it's like another facet of the ship. It can do tractor beam. They're very small tractor beams. They can only maneuver small little things. They might be just on a single gimbal that can have a small limited range of movement, just to get, like, for the Cutlass 315p. They're there for moving crates around and maybe stabilizing something that's slightly spinning. The Reclaimer's there to move big chunks of ship towards the claw to chomp it up.
This is a lot of insight on tractor beams. I didn't realize he was gonna go in depth with all the other things, but like, two things are coming out of this talk that they're having here. I'll let them continue in a second. Two things that I'm realizing here. They're a little bit more powerful than he's making them sound here. The vehicle tractor beams, yeah, they can just move boxes, but they can move like some pretty hefty sizes of boxes and vehicles. We'll have to see what the more heavier materials in a 32 SCU box does, but the vehicle tractor beams are pretty strong. He's also, though, kind of hinting at, I don't know if it's a coincidence, I don't know if they planned it out. I think it's working out very well that tractor beams are coming at the same time as engineering, because the idea of balancing power in our ships, oh my gosh, I mean, I think it'll really start to annoy people. Because right now, if you use all your boost and you're flying your ship hard and you're using your maneuvering thrusters, you get torque imbalance, right? Because your power is going low. But that's nothing compared to, like, if we're running all of our systems in the future, power is going to be rough with engineering. So, like, with the tractor beams, with how much power he's saying they're using, maybe it won't necessarily be that beneficial to use them all the time in all situations. There's a lot of balancing that's going to come from a lot of these systems interacting, and you can always kind of hear them talk about it like this, but it's hard to get that written and, like, put down to officially say this about Star Citizen. Hey guys, this game's going to play way differently.
Is there to pick up entire ships and move them. So it's the same underlying technology, just applied differently and in different scales.
Gotcha. Let's talk a little bit about what the SRV can grab. Now, I know until the actual gameplay systems come online, we're probably not going to be able to answer definitively, like 100%, yes, you can grab this, no, you can't grab this, no, this is too heavy. But we can talk about some intentions, so some early intentions here. What kinds of things are we thinking a single Argo can carry?
So, well, the basic sort of restrictions at this stage that we're applying to things are, it has to be something that's physicalized in the world. So you're not going to be able to get 1,000 SRVs to Arc Core and move a building off the planet. It's got to be physicalized, so that's vehicles, ground vehicles, spaceships, cargo crates, maybe players. And then it comes to the other sort of restriction we're looking at here, in that it has to be willing to be moved. And by willing, I don't mean, are you fine to move me? Yes, then move me. It's more, it has to be immobilized in some fashion, whether that's intentionally immobilized or accidentally immobilized, like it's lost its thrusters, and the amount of movement it's doing is within a certain parameter. Again, tractor beams require lots of power. To stabilize something spinning through space that's like that, you're going to need lots of power to do that. So those sort of things are going to be very hard, whereas if that ship is gently tilting around, or it's a cargo crate tilting around, that's a lot easier for it to do. In terms of vehicles, we've said sort of Cutlass is, in our minds, that's 1-to-1. The Cutlass is where it can confidently do that in space and in atmosphere with gravity. Obviously, there's a million variables there. If the Cutlass is laden with 40, however many SEU it is, of just the densest material known to mankind, that's going to be a harder job than, because the mass will affect it.
Right.
If we're in
Okay,
a
see,
planet
there it is again. That doesn't get mentioned much, but we keep on talking about these tractor beams in terms of volume instead of mass. How many SU boxes can it carry? 32, 16, 8. But they keep talking about mass, and the tractor beams show their Newton force lifting. So like at some point here, I really do hope that they just come out in an ISC and be like, okay, so you might be able to lift this box in one place but not the other, and that's going to be important to tractor beam gameplay. But I don't think they've really come out and said that just yet.
or a moon that has 10 times gravity, that's going to affect it. But all things being equal, one SRV to sort of one Cutlass. So it can pull something that's bigger than it, but not humongously bigger. It's got a medium power plant, I believe. It's got some medium items in there because, like I said, it's all about the power. It's got big engines, like a tugboat of the modern world. It's a chassis with big engines attached to it to deal with that. The upper end for one ship, I would say, would be a Constellation, but that's probably going to be a hard job to do in atmosphere. In space, easier, no gravity, no friction.
Right.
But in atmosphere, it's going to be hard. And then obviously you can chain more ships together to do bigger things.
Gotcha. So we are planning on having atmosphere affect the capabilities of towing. A tractor beam doesn't just suddenly negate the effects of gravity.
No. And it doesn't negate the effects of gravity. It's a weird thing. So
yeah, because we all know
everything is in the water.
It is a gravity gun. It negates the effects of gravity in the sense you can lift something heavier than you'd be able to lift, but it is still affected by forces, it seems, right?
World in the universe is physicalized. It has real world parameters. So whilst tractor beams do mitigate that to an extent, it doesn't make your ship suddenly become weightless. You're still having to do stuff in atmosphere with your own ship, and you're just sort of connecting yourself to the other ship.
Okay. Now you mentioned the ship has to be willing. Let's go into that a little bit more. Again, these are intentions in the design that may change over the course of development, but as far as our intentions right now,
what I mean by tractor
look,
beams working off of mass is, I mean, they have a mass rating. So like they are, okay, a force rating. They can lift a certain amount, but obviously that changes based on where you are.
Locks on to a ship that's fully powered and capable. It's crewed, it's got powered, it's got shields on. What do we expect to happen?
It's going to be very hard for that Argo to capture it. When we were coming up with this ship, we're very aware of
the trolling potential.
The trolling potential of it. It's got a huge amount, and how we want to not make that impossible, but make it very hard to achieve against people that don't want that to happen. If you just close the door and everything, it becomes a not particularly fun thing, but that's not what it's for.
Gotcha. So difficult, but not impossible.
Not completely impossible. So a ship, or the target of the tractor beam needs to be relatively immobile. So if you're flying along in your ship, and I come along with my SRV and I try and tractor you, if you start jinking or wildly maneuvering, I have to keep up with you doing that, and my ship is not particularly maneuverable. My tractor beam is not particularly quick to move around, and then the amount of power required to hold you whilst you're doing those mechanics might be too much for my tractor beam to even
Can
keep on top
confirm
of.
this happens in game already. you guys saw me the first day we were tractor beaming my ship, and it kind of got a little bit of inertia that pushed it off to the side while we were flying, and then it just started flying around my ship as we were soaring through space.
Then
It's
that's
cool. The
like a
physics
modifier on the effect.
actually work better than I
So
thought they would.
if you're damaged and you're out of power, your shields are going to be down, so you've got very little room for maneuver. If you want to be tractored somewhere, you have to lower your shields, which sort of makes you vulnerable to that. But if you don't want to be, put your shields up. That gives you an extra layer of protection. If you land on a planet and you're concerned about me coming along in my SRV and just picking all your ships off the planet's surface and taking them away to be salvaged somewhere, you've got to do that risk reward of, I can leave my ship powered on with my shields on, protects me against people like John coming along with his SRV, protects me against people trying to shoot my ship. But the downside is I'm using power, I'm using fuel, my signatures are higher, so I'm easier to find. I could turn it all off, that goes away, but then perhaps I need to stay closer to my ship and guard against that. And that's the sort of, we don't want it to be too easy on either end. It's risk reward.
Gotcha. All right, so now I'm picturing what happens if...
So yeah, that's a bit about the SRV. Again, I don't want to spend too much time on it, but you guys have seen sort of it in game, and I think it's been a good addition so far. Tractor beams, in my opinion, were the best feature addition to Star Citizen. Not in the sense that they changed the game the most or were most important, but I think they had this kind of effect where other features suddenly, or other things in the game suddenly became a lot more interesting than they were before tractor beams. Like Xenothreat. Xenothreat was such a pain before tractor beams, trying to pick up those boxes. Things like Jump Town, looting in bunkers, all that kind of stuff became a lot better with tractor beams, and I think moving it to vehicles is going to be kind of the same. Like, how many times have you been messing around with friends and somebody nudges something in space and it starts spinning? And then everybody's like, okay, how do we stop this from spinning? Because if we nudge it, then it glitches, and then it might go flying off into space. Like, there's so many little situations where having a large tractor beam that could stop like a ship or even an asteroid from moving around like you don't want it to would be great. So I will drop this link in chat for you all if you want to see it, but this is like a whole 40-minute talk about the SRV, sort of Q&A. Let's see what question comes up next. If it's interesting, we'll stick with it. If not, we'll move on to the Tumbrl Storm, the new tank.
Larger ships, they get, you send in fighters to take the shields down, and then a swarm of Argos come to lock on and immobilize a ship.
Theoretically, yeah. Because it's all physicalized, there would be, I'm not going to say it's going to be easy to do, but if you had a wave of attack ships to take down a capital ship's shields, theoretically, yes, those Argos could try and move it somewhere, bearing in mind, again, power, mass. That ship's not going to have its shields down forever, and as soon as those shields come up, that's going to be a problem. And also, that ship is probably not going to be not shooting at all those people doing that.
One of the big features for all of our ships is component customization and upgradability. A lot of the questions in the live chat, people are asking if we can upgrade the tractor beam. Can we improve the components on an SRV to make the tractor beam more compelling, more powerful?
So the tractor beam stuff is like the prospector's mining. It's sort of this utility item class. And whilst we don't have any plans right now to go, well, we haven't got 10 more different tractor beam, SRV tractor beams in the pipeline, that is an open-ended thing that we would allow if we, perhaps there might be a ship type in the future that is particularly resistant to tractor beams and requires a specific tractor beam upgrade to it, then yes, it's the same for the prospector. That's just one of its mining heads that it could have. It's great for doing asteroid mining. It's probably not very good for doing liquid or gas mining.
Right.
So it'd be able to do it, but not to its full potential. So if you were in an area of space that perhaps had no solid asteroids to mine, they all had liquid or gas cores, you would swap out your prospector's mining beam system for a one that's tailored towards liquid and gas.
See, now that is, again,
from the chat and from the
that's another thing they don't really talk about, is that these aren't, the mounts for these items aren't tailor-made. They are utility mounts, at least with how they've talked about them. So the Vulture has 2 utility mounts. That's why they traded one of the mining lasers or one of the salvage lasers out for a tractor beam. I'm wondering how much they're going to let us change that around. Because does that mean I can throw a mining laser on my Nomad? Can I have a tractor beam on my Prospector? And like, my Prospector is just a small tractor beaming ship? I wonder how much flexibility we'll have from these utility mounts, because that could lead to some very interesting changes. What if your Drake Vulture is just a dual mining laser ship, and you have another ship there to just suck up all of the minerals after you're done? Ship engines and shields must be off to tractor. Shields have to be off. Engines don't have to be off, but whatever you are applying in terms of force from the tractor beam has to counteract the thrusters. So, for all intents and purposes, that's really not going to happen. In a lot of cases, a total replacement, like you said, Xenothreat, Jumptown, but it's not a total replacement in Xenothreat or Jumptown. I've used my hands in both Xenothreat and Jumptown, even without the tractor beams, because I don't have one all the time. In the future, they'll be running on batteries, so they won't run well. They will use up utility slots that are going to be more useful for other types of gear, so most people probably won't have them. I think most people will not have tractor beams. Probably people who are looting a lot and cargo haulers will have tractor beams. I think it will be a replacement for some interactions, but I don't think it's going to like ruin the interactivity of the game or anything. Right now, the loadout manager cannot manage these mounts. Yeah, I tried that. Frustratingly, did not work. Most likely, you will not place a mining head on a non-mining ship, as there will be no storage for mining or a way to get the mining mats to that storage. But if they're giving us mining lasers on utility mounts, why would they not give us, like, why wouldn't they just make it a mining laser mount? Because you could still mine something and have those minerals sucked up by something else. You're the proud owner of the Tumbrl Storm. Happy to get it maybe soon. Yeah, let's take a look at that. Use a tractor in bunkers? Yeah, I've used a tractor beam in bunkers sometimes. All right, so here is a introduction to the Tumbrl Storm. This is the newest tank they're working on, and there does seem to be 2 variants, but we won't talk about that. Because the ship isn't meant for that. Star Citizen seems to be designed by people who want to make sure we use ships for things they're not meant for. In my opinion. That's why they're giving us so many components and customization options, you know? How do you get the mounts out of inventory to the cargo hold of your ship to attach later? I don't know, I figured it would happen in the vehicle loadout manager. That'll make a lot of people mad who actually spent real money on these ships. People are going to be real mad if they spent actual money on these ships. That's going to happen. That's inevitable. Because at some point, people are going to realize they can't fly all of their ships all that much. You got to pick and choose. And then you suddenly have thousands of dollars sitting there waiting for you to come back to fly the next ship. And it can get annoying. People are going to be mad. They need to make a game that's good. And like, I think locking people out of switching out utility mounts while also calling them utilities in their ship brochures would be worse. So that'd be kind of going back on something that they've hinted at for a lot of years with these ships to please people who are spending money. I mean, make sure to treat the people who are spending money right, but don't bastardize the game to make them more pleased. People like what they like. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean everyone else is normalizing. We understand the issues and take it for what it is. Yeah, everybody's got opinions on this game. I mean, even nothing anybody says about this game is technically correct. It's all just what we would like to see from it, or what they've talked about. Like this. The Tumbrl Storms. Oops, that was the wrong button. Funny. Storm warning.
The Tumbrl Storm is a light/scout tank from Tumbrl. In a lot of combined armed forces, you rely on reconnaissance on the ground to let you know what's coming ahead. And whilst we do have an array of ground vehicles that can do this role, not very many of them are as heavily armoured as a tank. And sometimes reconnaissance goes a bit sideways and you need some firepower to help get you out of that situation. So the Storm is really excels in this scenario. It can be ahead of the fleet on the ground, engage targets and hold its ground before the main force of ground vehicles arrives for backup. One aspect that we wanted to change from the traditional tank and Nova setup is making this energy weapon based. So it had a much greater independence from the main task force on the ground in that it wasn't constrained by ballistic ammunition. So it has an energy autocannon on top, twin-barreled, to help lay down firepower, really only constrained by the size of its capacitors and power plant. The Storm is really designed for supporting Novas in attacks. It can take on most other ground vehicles. If you're brave, you can take on a Nova with it, but you probably want to bring a friend or two to help even the fight.
I received the task to complete a new vehicle. I was told to do a tank, most precisely something that would have become a killer of killers. We had to go back to the origins of Tumbrl and let this new tank look less like the Nova tank and more like the Cyclone. So it was important to get back that aggressiveness and that dynamics that the Cyclone had. So we opted for something a little less classical and went on a design that is absolutely more related to the manga and anime's world. When people see the Storm for the first time, I want them to feel scared. There is no flimsy paneling, there is no beautiful refined surface. This is just optimal and very, very dynamic. So we don't have a lot of parallel lines, we have a lot of X's and V's, very strong shapes that deline what is popularly recognized as dynamic and aggressive. The interiors of the Storm will feel really full of pipes, of fabric, of mechanical stuff. It have to look basically ventral, like you have just been eaten by a machine. So what we have is very composed design, something that is uncommon in the tank we know today. So what we wanted to achieve when you look at the Storm is fast. Strike fast, move fast, do everything fast, no need to rely on a crew. I like that it looks a bit like an animal. It's very, very snaky, or looks a bit like a crocodile.
Now, of course, the big question everyone always asks for every new concept promotion is when? When will it go in?
Before we continue through this, I'm going to pull up the Q&A so that you guys can have some of your questions answered about this thing, because obviously a lot of talk, a lot of pictures, but what does it actually do? First, I want to know, I don't know if you guys have discovered this yet or if they've talked about this, can we trade out the laser repeater for a ballistics? This is a laser repeater up top, and I feel like on one hand, I would love for this thing to be ballistic cannon, maybe a fast-firing ballistic cannon. On the other hand, though, I realize this ship might, this tank might not have the storage for ballistic ammunition, and part of keeping it smaller might have been trading it out for a laser. So, I don't know. Tumbrl's such a bad vehicle, in your opinion? You mean the Storm? Or like the whole brand? Is the Nova tank faster? What is the point of it? This is faster than the Nova. This would be the faster Storm. So this was meant to kind of attack the rear lines of a front line. Don't know what that's called, the midline, whatever. This is meant to get kind of behind front lines. Sort of like a Cyclone would, but with more armor. So this thing's pretty fast. What kind of gameplay would require tanks? You can't blow them up from orbit. No, you cannot blow them up from orbit in this game. Generally, a game that requires tanks is one that forces players to get on the ground. So Star Citizen will have different scenarios in which players will have to get on the ground, whether it's going under caves, into canyons, or other places where you can't fly a ship or attack from orbit. No, I don't think this is eye candy. I think they're going to find reasons for all the vehicles they're making. I don't think they're just... These take a lot of work. A lot of work, a lot of money, a lot of manpower. They're not just like throwing something on the table and saying, hey, let's make this. I think that has happened a couple times, actually. But I think for the most part, these vehicles take a lot of work and they actually are thinking about where they'll fit. And if they're not doing that, and this is, I guess, more my hope than anything, this whole time they should be fitting them into like a sheet. Everything should be laid out in front of them to fit a certain role of something they want to do in the game. So if they're putting it into the game, either it's filling a role or they're going to create something that fills the role for it. That can mean putting the cart before the horse. That can mean creating content to fulfill a sale. That can be part of the problem of this game. Looks like a bespoke weapon. No swapping. Sad. Sad days. Yeah, this could be for base attacks, base offending, stuff like that. Nova can get faster, but the Storm out accelerates it? It gets faster? Huh. I'll see if they have to change that then. That's a weird one. You don't like the laser cannon? Yeah, as I was saying, I think that probably part of having a laser cannon means they can cut down on the size and weight because they don't have to carry around ballistic ammo. You don't have to get this thing reloaded a bunch. You're just out there for good on a battery. Feels like a rapid assault tactical vehicle. That's kind of what they've sold it as. I mean, they'll probably talk about it here. Why am I explaining it? Let's let them do it. So the Storm is intended to be a smaller, fast assault vehicle, but is so large that it currently only fits in vehicles that can transport the Nova or Atlas platform vehicles. Where does it fit in the grand scheme of things? For example, in which scenarios would one be favored over the other? As mentioned above, while it has the same garage size, the Storm's dimensions allow it to be carried by many other ships, allowing for greater flexibility in terms of transport and deployment. The two tanks operate vastly different roles. The Storm is fast and lightly armed, while the Nova is much larger and slower, but packs more of a punch. So they're a little bit off if the Nova is going faster. We'll have to see if they're going to fix that, or if they're just kind of going to skip over this Q&A. They also, I don't think they answered this question here, to be honest. They should have named the ships that this could go in that the Nova couldn't, right? To really send that answer home. How fast is the Storm intended to be compared to other ground vehicles? All stats are subject to change, so we won't list specifics right now, but expect the Storm to be faster than a Nova and Atlas series, and closer to the Ursa. So, I would say, as always, things are probably going to change, and this thing is going to be faster in the long run than these two. And maybe treaded vehicle driving doesn't work right. I don't know what the heck the problem might be. But I'm guessing this will be faster than the Nova. Rajax, that's a leak, so I'm probably not going to go over that today for the sake of people who don't want to hear about that stuff. But I'm guessing that gives up something to carry those compared to the normal Storm. Rather be in a Nova with that gun, co-pilot and weapon, and AA missile. Well, let's see if they can convince people to drive this thing. Design of the Storm is stupid how the driver sits inside the front instead of a closer to the middle with more protection, and the components are basically all on the sides. Indeed. That's going to suck if you get hit in the front. Better be an extra strong door. No problem. Don't need to apologize. Just letting you know. The only ship that you know of that can fit the Storm, but not the Nova, is a Corsair. Huh. Interesting. I think it would be too wide for a Connie, yeah. Alright, continuing. What are the vertical plates? Vertical plates supported by the struts. Decorations. Rule of cool decorations. Love it. I'm okay with that. The Storm has clearly visible smoke and chaff launchers like those found on modern tanks. Will this vehicle have countermeasures? Yes. What is tactical spec armor, and how does it differ from the mil-spec components that have been offered in the past? This is just a marketing phrase. Marketing. I've whispers and murmurs surrounding the marketing of Star Citizen. I'll say that much. May have heard whispers and murmurs. Let me, by the way, thank you, Reese. I'm so sorry I missed your sub earlier. 3 freaking years. Holy crap. 36 months this dude's been here. Rocking the toes, gang. Dropping the toes at the beginning of the subs. Actually, I've met Reese a few times now in person. Lovely man. Great family. Love you guys. Appreciate you. We'll, I think, see you at Equinox in December. If anybody else is local in California and wants to meet up, hang out, maybe play some Star Citizen together, we'll be going to a big Bar Citizen in San Jose in December. And we'll be hanging out. I think there's supposed to possibly be a CIG dev there as well. I'll see you there, Cyclic. Cult also, big thank you as well for the community sub, gifting that out. Folks, it means a lot. The subs help us keep this stream going and make this all possible. So thanks for that support. And also, gives you a little bit extra points towards our giveaways. We're giving away that A1, folks, towards the end of this week. So if you like the Spirit A1, that is one of the ships we went over here. It was the bombing version of this ship. If you want to win one of these, we are giving one away right now with a copy of Star Citizen. It's easy to enter. Check it out below. ! Giveaway will make the command come up. Or just go to... Is the command not working? Stream Elements. What you doing? SpacetoMatoGaming.com/giveaways will take you there as well, folks. And on YouTube, it should be down below the video. Because, you know, YouTube makes those things easy. Back to the QA, though. How well defended is this tank compared to, say, the Nova, Ursa, or Centurion? And how does its armor fare in comparison? In terms of durability, it sits between the Nova and Centurion and has significantly more than the Ursa. Okay. So it's lighter armor than the Nova, better than the Centurion. That's good. As tanks are intended to be off-road, will the lower ground clearance of this model limit traversal? Has relatively good ground clearance, especially compared to the Nova. Not really much of an answer. Will the bespoke size 3 weapon have the same upscale damages for its size, similar to other vehicles with unique weapons? For example, size 5 Slayer cannon for the Nova has, in the current state of the game, 18,500 alpha damage, while the S5 ballistic cannons only have, wow, 1,500. So yes, like the Nova, the size of this weapon doesn't truly follow the other systems given its bespoke nature, allowing for independent tuning, which puts it at a much higher alpha DPS than the number would normally be. So we've seen that in the game. It's a size 3 repeater, but it does, what I'm being told is the equivalent of a size 4.5. So you can do some damage with this thing, with just one of these things. And I'm guessing with multiple, you could probably take down some ships pretty well. I'm not going to lie, guys. I can see this being a pretty useful ground vehicle. This feels like a super heavy armored Cyclone, but slower. Like, this seems like it would be pretty solid for storming ground locations, because you can pretty easily take out both people, vehicles, and ships with this, or at least put down covering fire for all 3 of those things. With the Nova, you're kind of limited to one shot, back and forth. You got a hefty reload. You got a big target. I mean, it's not like this isn't a big target. But this thing, you've got a repeater on it. It does extra damage compared to what it's supposed to, and you can carry some supply. That's not bad. I don't know if I'm going to be using it, but I think like this is more sort of a group gameplay thing. And a lot of these vehicles are really coming off more as like org gameplay focused stuff. I mean, I'm not trying to say that this game is turning to only focus on orgs, but I don't think groups have been a focus of the development of the game very much. And I don't think it necessarily is right now. I mean, orgs v2, when is that happening, right? But I do think that a lot of the stuff they're introducing will seem much more useful when orgs are a bigger focus. And Death of a Spaceman might make that a little bit weird. Who wants to be wasting all their deaths on big org conflicts? But like, this sort of stuff seems really good for ground gameplay. Wonder what kind of weapons we'll get for the Titan suits when we get them in 10 years' time. Do you don't think that the Titan suit will be in Squadron 42? Yeah, the pitch radius on this cannon is not great. That is a major downside to it. But with the changes to the heat system and control surfaces, ships might not be able to just hover straight above you and shoot you like they can now. Yeah, I don't think ships will be able to just hover around and shoot you from right above once they start figuring in the heat and engineering stuff behind that. Especially if they're running their engines, their weapons, their shields in combat. That's going to get hefty. And that's why this game, again, just doesn't play how we expect it. You come up with one reason why the game might be broken, and then you realize they have some feature that might actually make it less like that. And it's like that for a lot of things with Star Citizen. What about barrel elevation and depression, considering the Nova's barrel can't depress far enough to aim a little downward? How does the Storm fare? I don't know if this can aim downward. Again, all such stats are subject to change, so we don't want to give exact numbers at this point. However, it's safe to say the Storm's depression and elevation ranges are significantly better than the Nova. Can we confirm? They allow you to hit things on the ground almost directly in front of you and to the side of the vehicle. That is nice because, like I said, you might want to target ground forces, infantry with this. VTOL ones might be a problem for that, which is that's the beauty of it, right? Suddenly the person who picked the VTOL has the benefit over everyone else. And because you were smart enough to do that at the ground base, bam, you're good. Unfortunately, your VTOL ship doesn't have as good weapons, so you can't outgun the Storm. So you still lose. T-Suit is 99.9% in Squadron 42. I know they don't want drop pods out for Squadron 42 for a while. But that's what I was wondering. Like, why would they put the Titan suit being not in Squadron 42 would be crazy. Crazier for them to wait 10 years after that game to bring it to Star Citizen. Harabek, thank you for the super chat. Titan suit entered animation production in March. Yeah, I think they want to get it out pretty quick for the sake of the Squadron game. It's amazing they charge so much for ground vehicles in the pledge store, $80 for something like this. Well, that's part of the problem with the pledge store, is like the prices of the ships do not match the quality of the ships or the use of the ships. I mean, if you look at some of the prices of this stuff, they don't make sense. Gosh, what is it? I think it's there's some crazy cheap ships. I think when the Hull C came out, and I think it's now more expensive than the Hull D. Like, that's why you should not do not spend money on a ship purely for the ship. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I wish I had like a little modulator here so I could sing it. Don't do it. Don't buy the ships for the ship. It's, you just don't need to. I mean, like most of the time I would say if you want to buy a ship, buy something that long-term makes sense for you, but also buy it because you just wanted the game to be made. Because yeah, a lot of the prices for some of this stuff just don't make sense. Especially because like all these ships are going to be useful based on how we use them. So somebody who buys a ship for $80 might not get the same usage out of somebody else. Buy the ship for FOMO. There you go. Let's see. Are there any more interesting? Why just one size 3 weapon? Does it have any additional ways to fight off small targets like infantry? The answer is no. Is the driver's control of the turret restricted to the front area? No, it can rotate. Has a remote operated turret? Yes. There's weapon personal storage. There's personal weapon storage in one of the front track housings and personal inventory space near the driver's entrance. Honestly, that inventory space does make this a lot more useful. The rear of the main body contains critical components, including the power plant, cooler, and shield generator, while the other front track houses less critical components. So that inventory space, I think, is what makes this doable. You could use this to get into pretty highly defended bases as a single player and take on missions that are supposed to need multiple players, right? Because if you're fighting, let's say you go into a mission with 30 infantry, and they expect you to take a crew of 4. You could come in with this thing, and their guns aren't going to do anything to you, and finish it with 1. I'm sure they'll put stuff in to stop us from doing that, but I'm just like thinking out loud, this thing seems like a decent little runabout, a ground runabout, if you will. Titan suit is not going to be just a hop in and run amok. Word is you need someone to help you close it up. Ooh! Zip me up out back, please. Yes, a few people that own the hull seat, and a lot of people say that it's worth it, but the main issue is that it's hard to sell that much SCU of items with the sell caps and demand. Yeah, again, no ship's worth it right now. Let's be honest. Everybody's buying these ships for the future. I mean, hopefully. I guess not necessarily. There are a lot of ways to use these ships right now, and a lot of people play this game as there's a real game right now. So I was wrong about that. We're not all buying these ships for the future, but they will be most useful in the future someday. Someday out there. So that's the Tumbrl Storm. It's in-game. It's in the PTU. We'll be probably playing it within the next couple days on the live servers. And I expect to see a lot more debate about how useful or good it is. I guess let's finish the rest of this segment and see what else they have to say. Oh, you're worth it. Oh. Chat.
Into production. Well, let's go now to the vehicle team in our Los Angeles studio and find out more.
The problem is where my story goes is always I will identify all of the issues that I have to overcome first and then like build a plan for breaking them down. So I'm trying to think of a way of phrasing it, you know? We had a lot of cleaning up to do to make sure it was worthy of the engine, it's ready for engine, it's not going to break anything when it goes in there. And that was what most of the initial white box work we did, at least from an art side. For design, we were more concerned about alleviating a lot of the issues we knew were present with the Nova, stuff like traversing on uneven terrain, exiting the hangar.
It's me everywhere.
These are issues we solved first, rather than waited until later in production and realized there were more difficult tasks to overcome.
So most recently, we finished Gray Box. We completed all the animations. Currently, I am doing a material and detail pass on the tread housings for the Tumbrl Storm. This thing has challenged me in ways I haven't been challenged before in working in the game industry. For example, the treads took a couple different iterations so we got right, and be able to get like the right movement as it deforms to the ground planes.
You know what I want to do one day? You know how people will go into like a lot of gaming news or even just tech news comes from people who track like LinkedIn and positions and hiring and job postings? I'd really like to go through and like see if I can, I don't want to put a bunch of names of people on a stream or a video, but I would like to go through and see where people who are at CIG have worked at before. Because a lot of people, I know at least a few different people who work there who have worked at big studios, who have done like some pretty big projects, recent big projects too. It's just like any other game studio. You get a lot of pretty advanced and skilled people. Because when he says stuff like this, like imagine if this guy is like saying, hey, yeah, this was a challenge for me outside of working in the games industry, and you find out like this dude was a developer at World of Tanks or something, and you're like, wait, what are we doing with tanks that challenge this dude? It adds a lot of context, and I think a lot of people don't realize that CIG is actually filled with a lot of very good talent. Just as a company, hasn't really put out anything major yet. By the way, about my comments from before, I don't mean to tell people how to spend their money. I'm definitely not the kind of person who's going to tell you definitively how you should spend it. I'm just trying to give some advice based on how this game treats people. Buying ships and valuing ships based on the price that they do in the store is just, in my opinion, leads to disappointment. And generally, a lot of the stuff that we're spending money on is not going to function how it's supposed to yet. So it can also lead to disappointment. But, you know, spend money how you like, just some advice. Cheers.
For example, the treads took a couple different iterations so we got right, and be able to get like the right movement as it deforms to the ground planes. This ship is definitely more organic than anything I'm used to, and I suppose it's like its own challenges, but it's been a learning process.
The art is to continue on to LOD 0, finalizing all of the art assets, making sure everything's going to be correct for when we move on to all of our higher detail, tertiary details that will go into it later.
Everything from the way the doors open on the tank to the cockpit itself. When you go inside this thing, it's like stepping into a mech. It's completely different from any other vehicle I've seen in this game.
My favorite thing about the Storm is going to be the role of it. The Nova is a very, very big tank. It requires 3 people. It's got that big size 5 cannon. You don't always need a size 5 cannon. Some people may disagree, but I don't think you do. The Storm is a little bit quicker, only requires 1 person. It kind of sits in a really good spot between something very quick like a Cyclone and something a little bit more punchy like the Nova.
I'm excited the progress that the team has made on this. It's been a real beauty to work on, and it should be a lot of fun for the players too.
So what did we learn this week? Well, we learned that the RSI Lynx is the new benchmark for traveling planetside in comfort and style.
Oh boy, let's talk about the RSI Lynx though. You want to talk about passenger transport? That's a passenger transport ships. Hold up, how about passenger transport buggies or rovers? I wonder when that thing is going to become more useful. So that's the Storm. It is a tank. If you didn't notice from that 30-minute segment on it. Now we're moving on to the Santok Yi. And this one's exciting because it is the alien ship that I can talk about today. Some of you who are in the PTU may have seen that there is a picture of a new alien ship that's coming to Star Citizen, so I can talk about it because it's not just a leak. But we don't really know much information about that alien ship, officially speaking. That really it just looks like the Gatak Raylan. And again, I'm saying all things that obviously we know about if you've been looking into this stuff, but officially they haven't put this stuff out. So I don't want to really ruin that for people who are excited for the surprise and stuff. So our next ship here that's coming, and we've got plenty more. I'll speed things up a little bit as we keep going because we got some Star Engine additions, salvage changes, cargo hauling changes. But for now, the Aopoa Santok Yi is an alien ship that was introduced in 2018 as the heavier version of the Cartual. And I just wanted to give you guys a chance to read up on sort of the flavor text for it so that we could kind of hear what it was supposed to be about. And then we got a Q&A, and then we got the most up-to-date video on what it looks like. So first, from the unmistakably angular profile to the game-changing dual-vector thrusters now synonymous with the brand, Aopoa continues the tradition of bold and distinct. It's synonymous with the brand. There's one ship from Aopoa that does that, right? I feel... They continued the tradition of bold and distinctive design while continually pursuing further advancements in technology, engineering, and combat. With the Santok Yi, we're introducing to the human market Yang 2 laser repeaters inspired by the Xi'an Miltech and tailor-made by Tumbrl aggregate for this model. Coupled with our latest thrusters and power components, the daunting custom weapons package lends the Santok Yi a potent punch. A potent punch! And will make you rethink the very concept of the light, medium, fighter. That didn't tell me anything, guys. Sorry. I don't know what the heck you want me to think of the ship after that. So, how about instead of the marketing pitch, let's check out the Q&A where they tell us what the ship is. You're willing to invest in what is really the first ever quadruple A game as the AAA industry has grown complacent. Excuse me, Botheus. Did you not see the Smeagol game that came out earlier this year? Quality. You'll never spend hundreds like that on virtual items that don't work, no matter how much you love this game itself. No matter how much you love this game itself, it's like $10. Wow, dude. Not gonna lie, I'd consider that an insult for the devs. $10? That's how much their work is worth? Definitely what car manufacturers put on their websites. Yeah, it feels like I'm just being sold a car with weapons. The banner of the new ship has the same guns as the STY. The STY. Oh, Santok Yi, right. Okay, what can the Santok Yi do that the Kartual cannot, and vice versa? What are the advantages and disadvantages? What are the main differences? Okay, so compared to the Santok Yi, in the Xi'an order of battle, the Kartual serves principally as a light fighter, scout, and skirmisher, whereas the Santok Yi is a medium fighter and a direct combatant. Just like the UE military, the Xi'an military employs various types of fighters with different strengths and performance characteristics. The comparison between a Kartual and a Santok Yi is similar to the comparison between a Gladius and a Hornet. One emphasizes firepower and the other emphasizes speed and agility. Particularly, due to its lower mass and lighter weapons complement, the Kartual is faster, accelerates more quickly, and is even more responsive than the Santok Yi. However, the Santok Yi carries considerably more weaponry. That said, the Kartual and Santok Yi are both Xi'an designs through and through, set apart from other fighters by the exceptional maneuverability afforded to them by their distinctive maneuvering rigs. In the hands of a capable pilot well versed in the ship's capabilities, the Santok Yi is a difficult target, the Kartual maddeningly so. So the Santok Yi is super maneuverable, but the Kartual way more. So that's, I think, the theme of this really going forward, and we'll get to the rest of these. But generally, the Santok Yi is a medium fighter, sounds like, compared to something like a Hornet or a Saber. $10 sounds good for a beta test. Okay. I wish we were in beta, yeah. Plenty of early access games are $30 to $40. I mean, people are stuck on labels. I get that. That's how it always is. I'm gonna go ahead and consider like the work that these people have put in. And yeah. I mean, you have to consider like actually telling somebody who's worked on this, hey, yeah, nah, your game should probably be discounted by 80%. That's rough. Mad Max and Pyro on your Ranger. Oh. What was that about the Hornet? Oh, just that like the Santok Yi would sit more in line with a Hornet compared to the Kartual, which would be seen kind of as a Gladius. Meeting at the line again in CitizenCon for Manchester. Wherever the next SitCon is, man. I mean, other companies have done server meshing. I wouldn't say that. And Star Citizen still has to put server meshing into practice. You know, they've got it working. It's in a closed environment, and it's freaking lovely. It's great to see. But now we need to see it scaled up and applied to a game. They haven't crossed that line just yet. All right, next question. Is this a true Xi'an military ship or a civilian export? It's a civilian export. How does the ship handle maneuverability-wise? In terms of maneuverability, the Santok Yi is one of the best handling ships of its size and weight class. In this case, the proper point of comparison is other medium fighters, such as the Hornet or Saber. The design of Xi'an fighter craft revolves around their unique thruster configuration, which relies on highly articulated main thrusters. I feel like that's not even Xi'an, that's Aopoa. Because we're now starting to see more Xi'an thrusters and ships that don't have these types of thrusters. I believe, right? The Gattac ships are Xi'an, but from a different manufacturer. You think entry level $50 is pretty reasonable? I think it's not bad. Yeah, 50 seems about fair. 40 to 50. Where was I? When compared with the typically human thruster setup, which relies on one or more main fixed thrusters with yaw, pitch, and roll delivered through additional small maneuvering thrusters, the Xi'an approach provides superior strafe movement capabilities and lateral acceleration. That's because these main thrusters they keep showing, these main 4 thrusters here basically do all the work. So you're applying your main thrusters in whichever direction you're thrusting instead of small maneuvering thrusters, which does actually make a big difference. The The ability to deliver main engine performance on multiple axes also affords some other benefits. For example, many ships have finite VTOL endurance or exert heavy wear on their maneuvering thrusters while engaged in VTOL, something we don't have in the game yet. Zeon fighters like the Santok Yi barely notice such an activity, it being nearly as natural to them as forward flight. So there you go. If you're in the storm, Santok Yi might be your problem because it can hover above you. Yeah, that's fair. It needs to be in the PU before people will believe server meshing. I mean, it doesn't make a difference to people until it's in the PU. So, like, everyone's free to choose when they acknowledge that. You're very curious how the alien ships handle with master modes. Not a fan of their firepower, but the potential master mode's performance sounds like a deal. Yeah, and also, again, the VTOL capabilities, the heat, that stuff's going to make a difference when you're flying in atmosphere. All right, will the Zeon tech that introduces this new strafing maneuver be applied to any other ships? We obviously know that answer. We've already seen it in other ships. Is this a common ship in the Zeon Empire? It's the mainstay medium fighter. It's about as common as a Hornet or Saber. They really want us to draw that comparison. Hornet or Saber, guys. Are we getting any cool Zeon weapons? This is their marketing. The Yang 2 S3 laser repeater that comes with Santok Yi is manufactured by Tumbrl Aggregate and uses Zeon technology to provide a higher rate of fire when traditional human-produced laser repeaters of comparable size. As you can tell, I did not practice that beforehand. While powerful, the design that produces this incredible increased rate of fire comes at the expense of a lower maximum heat threshold, leading to a reduced firing duration before overheating. That kind of sucks. From what I remember, the Kar-2-Al didn't have great weaponry. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yo, Kingbin Panda, long time no see, Mr. Tomato. Thank you for the sub, dude. I realized I saw you say hi yesterday, I think. I'm so sorry I missed you. How have you been, dude? How's Discord been treating you? Oh, I love the Hornet. I think I would love the MK2 a lot more. Or the F7A. Because the one we have right now is a little too boxy, but I do really like the Super Hornet. You guys want to see the original Zeon cargo ship? This was before they had their companies and they could really design them. It's back when they had Zeon ships being very vertical in design. Oh, I probably should put Star Citizen. They were very vertical in design. So they had like this as a capital concept. It's very, very interesting idea for one. I don't know if they will stick with this. Maybe they'll introduce a third Zeon company that does ships that are more like this. But I really do like what we're seeing from alien ships, as much as they sometimes look like animals. They also look kind of alien. It is very homeworld, yeah. Let's see. We know the answers to these two in terms of combat capability. Here we go. How does it compare to ships like the Anvil Super Hornet or Aegis Saber? The Santok Yi resides within the same medium fighter weight class that the Super Hornet and Saber inhabit, so it is designed to be competitive with them. As noted above, the Santok Yi's design makes it less resilient to damage than either of those two ships, and its weapons loadout is lighter than those two specific contemporaries, but not by much. It's the Zeon thruster design and arrangement, of course, that makes it superior to either of those two fighters in terms of lateral acceleration and strafe-focused flight. While its Zeon-designed weapons are designed to capitalize on relatively brief windows of target vulnerability, each fighter is capable in a variety of scenarios, and yet each matches particularly well for certain types of fighters or pilots. We expect that the Super Hornet will be favorable for sluggers and endurance fighters who can maintain steady firing solutions and use their ability to shrug off minor hits to press on advantage. The swift, stealthy Saber may be favorable for pilots who prefer ambush and boom and zoom tactics, using momentum to strike and fade. We anticipate that the Santok Yi may be the favorite of consummate dogfighters and sneaky pilots who thrive in furballs and crowded, tricky environments, never giving anyone more than a few seconds to fire before ducking behind cover. Of course, how it all bears out, it depends greatly on how you, the player, decides to use these ships in practice. We're eager to see what you can do with them. So, obviously, it's fitting a role of medium fighter that moves well. This will probably be the best maneuverable medium fighter in the game, but it has lower weaponry. The way this reads, I think, explains a lot of master modes and why they're trying to slow down combat. Because with the way that we currently fight, unless they found a way to convince us to slow down, I don't think that they could specialize these ships quite like this. Like the Santok Yi, I think, would have less advantage if master modes didn't exist, and that's giving them the ability to reach deeper into that bag and like pull those kinds of benefits from these ship flight out. Because imagine how the Santok Yi would be a good fighter if everybody was flying at like 800 meters per second. It reads it's for good pilots. Would be cool if space plane ships were good in Atmo, but crap in Atmo combat, and vice versa. Or crap in space combat. Yeah, that's one thing. Master modes also doesn't really make space planes worse at space combat, because it emphasizes forward thrust. Medium ships don't work very well in the current iteration. Yeah, as much as it might be dampening some people's experience with combat, I think having a more diverse combat experience is better than having the most true combat experience. And that's just my opinion, but it really does feel like being able to hear about and watch fights that play out so differently, like this paragraph is trying to say, would be better, you know, than just hearing that one person beat another and they're really, really good. I'm glad people are really good. And maybe we can get some custom modes that don't use master modes, you know? Maybe Arena Commander can have modes that revert to the old system so people can still go back and do that if they want. But I like the diversity of combat. So here is the latest update we've had on the Santok Yi. This was 1 month ago, October 5th. And probably we're going to definitely get an update for this thing in IAE, likely tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow's Inside Star Citizen will probably have alien ships, including the Santok Yi. So by the time you guys are seeing this, we'll probably have seen something new on this ship. But I think this thing is coming by the end of the year. It is scheduled for the end of the year, and honestly, it's been in works for quite a while. It's been in final art for quite a while. And I think we'll be getting this in our hands pretty soon. Anyways, here it is.
Imperial work continues to iterate as members of the NAVC continue to develop the resources our Xi'an friends would likely use to build their ships from. Through the use of a variety of material maps, they're hoping to land on what's essentially an alien version of carbon fiber, which should add lots of nice detail to the exterior and then add a pearlescent finish that'll really make it shine in the light. We've also got a quick look at the back of the wings. And then let's take a look at the cockpit, which you might remember from our Alien Week update has been a bit of a challenge to get right, wanting of course to give it that alien uniqueness while still being usable by the hands of humans and Zero State alike. And while we're talking about the Santok Yi...
So, before we continue from here, does not look that green like in the promos. No, the colors don't translate directly from promos into game, generally because the lighting is always different. So this is probably before the lighting has been completely finished on this ship. They're still in the final art phase, so it'll probably look different like this in-game, but also, gotta remember whenever the lighting happens. Some of the things I like from this are, again... We love doing this here on this channel. Showing that CIG is sticking to the kind of core of how they want to move forward with this stuff. Why I'm kind of still thinking we might see a vertical Xi'an ship. A lot of the little motifs that we see from the design here are similar to the concepts they presented back in 2018 for Xi'an. So like these sort of gold inlays that you see, the way that the shapes fit together when you look at the control console. Like some of these shapes here with the metal here and the hex patterns and stuff. It all feels very similar, this part here, to this stuff.
Let's take a look at some of the art and animation on display inside some of the larger giant ships. As you can see, there are many design aspects that set the giant ships apart from the UEE craft. Some are obvious, while others are subtler. The giant aesthetic has a certain elegance you might expect from an ancient race that has been travelling the stars for thousands of years. Their doorways, terminals, even the concept of gravity are just different.
Especially love this PC Master Race. Xion know how to build them. Yeah, I can't wait to see the interior of these larger Xion ships, because this stuff looks so good. Looks like if somebody kit bashed Deus Ex Cyberpunk with like the Covenant architecture and slathered it in a little bit of J.J. Abrams lens flare. That's how we get the Xion. So that's the Santok Yi. They've also got a little nice little bit here talking about brand and a cool screen grab here that we'll pause on.
Dedicated to branding over in the Montreal studio? We've rarely touched on it, but Nick Forden and his team over there are dedicated to developing the individual visual identities of Star Citizen's several hundred internal persistent universe brands.
Okay, I love this. This is great.
Visual identities.
We went over this on Inforunners quite a bit. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a permanent pull-up on the channel. And we'll probably go over it, actually be on Inforunners tomorrow? In 2 days. I'll be on Inforunners on Friday. So make sure to join us for that. We'll be talking about the alien stuff. But this page is really good. It shows us where all of the different brands sit and kind of gives you an idea of what you can expect from them. Some of the surprises that people may see are RSI leaning so far industrial here. MISC leaning more high design than industrial. And let's see what else is there. Maybe Drake being, I guess Drake makes sense as commercial, but overall, I think this gives like a really interesting insight into the companies. And sometimes they have some designs that go outside of where they're looking, where they're what they're doing. Like RSI has a very commercial industrial design, so does Aegis, while MISC has very military focused high design stuff. But at the end of the day, this gives a pretty cool look into what the different companies do.
Of Star Citizen's several hundred internal persistent universe brands, including this look at the brand document of Apoa, maker of the Santok Yi we just looked at.
This is from Sprintok Yi inside Star Citizen.
Really tied that together. Now, some folks might write branding off as simply marketing, but the work of this team has been essential to recent improvements to Hurston and Area 18 and New Babbage you just saw, allowing artists and designers alike to create consistent and immersive identities for each location. And as this work extends to nearly every aspect of the verse, it'll continue to help define and refine all visual elements you'll encounter as citizens making your way through Stanton, Pyro, and beyond.
Love that they are refining branding and stuff. They're really starting to bring things together. Like the game's starting to feel more connected, which is good. It's solid. It hasn't felt like a game. It really hasn't. It's, oh my god, my tripod's about to fall off the table. It's felt like a culmination of interesting tech and exciting experiences. But as far as a game goes, especially after seeing what we saw from the Held the Line trailer squad and CitizenCon, like Star Citizen hasn't felt like a game. And things like regular inventory management and new player guides and consistent branding and design across all things and like basic gameplay stuff, it just makes everything feel a lot better. Shout out to GII, best in the verse. Yo, shout out. I'm always impressed by how active we are, supposedly. And in fact, let me check that out. We end up being listed as a pretty active org. Not on this first part here right now. But sometimes you'll see us up there. Scroll down a bit. See, now I'm going to be scrolling forever because I said something. Shouldn't have done this. All right, we haven't been active, I guess. But sometimes we show up there, and I'm really proud of the GII folks. Is Stream Elements still not working? Think seeing in-game commercials for the ship manufacturers seems oddly really cool. Yeah, for those who didn't know, that's actually a good detail and point, because there are a lot of times like kind of complaints about the ship commercials being too much. All of the commercials that come out for ships are technically supposed to be in-fiction commercials. So they're supposed to be made for the people that we see in Star Citizen rather than being just a trailer for the game. That's why they kind of play off like a car dealership commercial. You have a Toyota 4Runner modified for overland expeditions. RVs can't get to the type of places you want to see. You live in the mountains, westerly Canada. That sounds awesome. Yeah, we Mrs. Tomato would love to do a little. She actually used to. They used to do some trips like that, some RV trips, sort of across country. I would love to do that both in America and Turkey. Both of these countries would be amazing for like a long distance trip or something more off road like that. Oh, that was meant for Supposit. Well, me too. Do you talk about leaked ships on your streams or you refrain from it? I will generally refrain from it. If I'm ever going to talk about it, I'm going to mark it. But I try to stick to what's official. Every once in a while, things will come out, but I realize that people are watching these more casually now than used to be, so some people don't want that kind of stuff without knowing it's coming. Let's get on with it, though. Our next ship, our next vehicle that is coming by the end of this year is the X1. This is another hover bike, one that probably should have already been here, and what I'm about to show you is a little commentary why I think it should already be here. We're going to fly right through the X1. It's not a super important vehicle. It's a hover bike. It comes with 3 different trims. The regular one, old Reggie, the X1 Velocity, which is a race-ready bike, and the X1 Force, which is more meant for combat, because, you know, when you're thinking you want to take over a base, you get your hover bike. Anyways, this was really built as a companion to the 400i. Any of you who have the 400i know you've got a little thingamajig, like a little bay, a little hangar in the front of your ship, and you can have a hover bike in there, but it was made for the 100 X1. And the X1's been kind of a pain in the butt, because why hasn't it been made? None of us really know, especially after what I show you in this next video. It seems like it was supposed to come out at one point, and they just decided we got more important things to do, so they held off on it. But it's really just kind of the same thing as a Nox. Seems like it protects you a little bit more, and it's obviously got that Origin flair, but it's just a hover bike. Anyways, first, before we get into that, here is a little bit of a talk about, this is like 20 seconds talk about Origin design and stuff, and I think a line that's mentioned here sort of shows that they were going to get this to us, but they weren't able to. This is April 12th, 2018.
As we continue through 2018, we intend to spread the ship manufacturer love around a bit, and a big part of what allows us to develop more and more Origin ships today is the continuing work on the Origin 600i. Now, a big ship with a lavish interior, the Origin 600i is our test bed for developing the style guide and common assets necessary to enable development on newer ships like the X1 and the 100i, as well as fleshing out existing ships like the 890 Jump and the upcoming 300 series rework currently scheduled for later this year.
So every single one of the things that he just said happened. And then we also got the 400i. So I think they really just were kind of like, nobody really needs the X1. We've got other hover bikes. This isn't going to do anything that much different. And I know, Scott, this is a high society hover bike. All right. When you get in and out of it, You're getting fully enveloped. It's actually pretty weird looking. I don't know if there's any shots of it here. No, it doesn't look like it. I'm about to show you some of it anyways right here. It's pretty weird looking, but they didn't want to focus on it. It is kind of funny though, because they did bring out the hover quad. Now maybe that was better because it does act a little bit more stable being a quad instead of a bike, but still. He just left the 100i just sitting there. Obviously, like all things, it's better to release it later because their designs get better, but like the 100i and the G12 are kind of annoying in that sense. Anyways, here's the latest development we have on it. We will probably be seeing this later this week, or actually no, sorry, we'll be seeing this in December.
Elwyn and our North America vehicle content team have recently completed a first pass sprint bringing the Origin X1 to life, which you can see here is undergoing just a few minor changes from its concept necessitated by continuing development of the vehicle.
So you can see like it definitely protects you more, covers your legs, covers your back, has a decent sized windshield, but you're still open to the elements. So it's not necessarily like a closed canopy. I think it'd be very cool if it was a closed canopy and you could just ride this thing in between vacuum and stuff without a helmet, but not quite.
Vehicle component and resource management systems. Now, while this is still white box, that hasn't stopped the team from also visualizing some baked-in lighting improvements, and overall, even with the subtle shape changes, the X1 is looking fantastic in its white box form.
This thing is closed canopy? Well, then that is a pretty big deal. Awesome.
And will only continue to look even better as it progresses further down the pipeline towards release.
Yeah, I mean, in that case, if this thing closes and seals, then that is that's a way better vehicle than the Nox or the Dragonfly. Suddenly you can now go anywhere without a helmet. Like, this thing could save your life compared to the other ones. So that also means more potential to fly it around in space too. Cool. And then unfortunately, this video is about things coming in the rest of this year, and the RSI Apollo is definitely not. Next up, though, is a big favorite, the old Scout, everybody's favorite ship. We won't spend too much time on this. I just want to focus on the fact that they introduced this ship without exploration, or without more focus on exploration. But this is another ship we're getting by the end of the year. This is actually already in game, so again, won't be spending too much time on this, but here it is, if you haven't seen it already.
From this view, you'll more clearly see the shift that we had to make in the rear in order to support the gameplay that we're trying to achieve. We're really proud of what the team has done with this ship, and we hope you like the Scout as much as we do.
So, obviously, we've just introduced the Scout. What are the main differences between the base? It is a variant, after all. So, the first big difference is the radar. It has a size 2 radar, and to supply that, it comes with a size 2 power plant and a size 2 cooler. Getting tripped on my own words. As well as the dedicated scan terminal that Ella mentioned earlier. Obviously, as you saw, habitation got a little bit cozier, and unfortunately, it has lost 2 SU compared to the base, so it only has 2 SU cargo capacity instead of the 3. Now, what we also want to do is talk a little bit more about the future of scanning, if people are interested in hearing about that. So what is the future of scanning? We'll touch on it lightly. At the moment, there are 2 main ways to interact with the scanning gameplay loops. The first one's obviously the scan, and the second one's the ping system. Both of these are going to be merged into a single system known as a scan wave. When you send the scan wave out, if you get any successful pings, what will happen is it will immediately populate your HUD with an AR marker, giving you information about what you've been able to scan, as well as starting to give you far more interesting information than you get now, rather than just the name of the ship. The underlying system will work on the signature system, similar to what it does today, and there are 2 main scans. There is the quick scan. The quick scan is just a low version of it. It has a very small impact on your own signal output, So if you want to stay a little bit more covert and potentially not be seen, looking at something you shouldn't, you can use that one instead. The main benefits are small increase to your actual passive detection range, as well as being able to detect things that maybe are a little fainter than you should be able to see. This has a decent amount of cutting through interference, but not phenomenal. The other version is the charge scan. The charge scan is the big scan. Now, this will actually allow you to detect things up to quantum boost range, which is way, way further than the current passive detection range. And not only that, but it'll actually drop a marker allowing you to jump straight to that location for whatever it is that you found. Now, you don't want to be jumping in blind. And as I said, it's going to give you way more information than it did before. Some examples, but not limited to this, are things like, whatever it is it charging a quantum drive? Is it firing? Is the shields generating? Does it have any shields? Is it perhaps charging an EMP? Maybe it's got a snare up trying to catch you. It gives you that additional information so you can make the decision whether you actually want to get to that location. That's just a brief glimpse into the future of scanning and what our vision is for it. Right now.
Yeah, so. See, at the end of that, they should have just been like, and here it is in game. Because that's how most things were, right? Most things that we saw at CitizenCon were, this is a feature, this is how it works, this is our idea for it. Here it is in game. We know they're working on this because we've seen it a couple of times. It's been mocked up. Like, it's not the actual functionality of it working, but the ideas and the systems have been put in place. Quantum boost, the points of interest indicators and stuff, the UI elements. The map is now capable of supporting this. So, like, they're getting ready for this launch, but the fact that they introduced the Cutter Scout, and then also the fact that they just had him go into this segment it fits with other CitizenCons, for sure. I would have expected this at a CitizenCon normally, but after this one, this segment comes off a bit less interesting. Do we know exactly what the other Cutter variant is going to be?
Everyone is already familiar with is the base. That's the version that's out in the universe right now that you're already enjoying. What we're going to do today, though, is we're going to talk about the next variant in the family. The Scout.
Yeah, I don't think they actually say what the next version is going to be. This one might not have the gameplay in, you know. It might, considering there's a good chance this is the snub for the Reclaimer that helps with, like, just moving components and stuff, which then, yeah, it's got its gameplay. But I don't think we know officially what this thing is going to be. Yeah, we're not going to go into leaks for that. A food truck cutter. See, now that'd be dope. They could do so many missions with food delivery in this game. We have so many cities and outposts and stuff. Screw the box deliveries. Literally a food delivery mission. People who are new to the game would love that stuff. Have a little bit of humor to it. You get to interact with NPCs. You get to fly around and see things. Like, do it. You'd sell a ton too, just for the meme potential. Closest rumor is an expedition variant with an armor closet. Isn't the Scout the expedition variant technically? Isn't the Scout long-term exploration? Inferno's got a developer to comment on Twitter saying the third one is not for the Reclaimer. Huh, okay. Could do the food truck Cutlass Black. Cutter just feels more fitting with this size. It's just cute. Okay, here are some of the more intensive features that are going to make a difference across the whole game. So we have gone through all of our vehicles that I expect towards the end of the year. We got the Spirit, SRV, Storm, Santok Yi, X1, X1 Velocity, X1 Force. Cutter Scout's already out. And then another straight to flyable ship for IAE. So we've got 8 ships, if you include variants. And the Scout, we've got 9 ships that are coming to your hands by the end of this year. We just covered all those. Now we're going to get into features, starting off with the engine-focused, more critical stuff that's going to make a difference across the whole game. So replication, layer separation, cloud, fog, and weather improvements, and some hair additions. Then we'll get more into the kind of tangible features that you'll feel in the game yourself, like salvage and cargo. So starting off, here we've got some of the graphical improvements we saw at CitizenCon. Again, this is a different CitizenCon. I mean, yes, last year some of the stuff, and the year before, some of the stuff we saw came into CitizenCon, but this year, a lot of this stuff is hitting right off the back of the event. So here's some stuff that I think is pretty substantial that they introduced regarding clouds, weather, and fog. That's looking pretty good. And this will be coming probably with 3.22 in December.
Vendor in the R&D team. The first new feature is the light shafts. They are volumetric shadows from clouds cast into the atmosphere. They are truly volumetric and 3D, fully integrated. They are not just a post effect, as it is usually done in games. With this, the atmosphere from an overcast sky gets darker, and this is important for planets and locations with bad weather. Another component is the new ground fog. It follows the terrain up to a specified elevation for different locations. It is also fully integrated into the atmosphere. It receives volumetric shadows from clouds and terrain. It reduces the light scatter into the view ray. And in this video, we are showing all the features combined together. In addition, we made many improvements.
Honestly, already, just the ground fog on its own. I mean, you guys remember at CitizenCon last year when they were showing that pyro demo and we all saw the ground fog, which was actually just a glitch in the clouds? I'm guessing that this ground fog thing that they've put in will let them do super thick ground fog on some planet where that is appropriate. Because it's too cool not to. But this just looks so good. This adds so much more depth to the planets that I think already look great. I mean, Star Citizen has, in my opinion, the best looking planets in the market. Starfield does come close, and I think in some instances Starfield looks better. But like Starfield came out, you know? That's it. This is literally, they're putting in another improvement to this Star engine right now, and they will continue to improve over the years. So I think this game is just going to continue to put out planets that outpace the industry if the team stays at this pace. Regardless, even if they're not industry standard or the top or whatever, these look amazing. And these improvements, I think, just add to that. I just hope my graphics card can handle it.
In addition, we made many improvements to cloud shaping to allow for more variation and details. The shape noise blending, a vertical variation, has been improved a lot. Also, we made improvements to shorten long distance read, and the tiling is less visible.
I think this is the best. We already watched this earlier when we were going over this, but I'll kind of move the so you can see over here the mouse. Follow the mouse and you'll see kind of where the old version versus the new version is, because we've all seen the clouds and we've seen how disintegrated they can look. So moving it over this line, you can see on the right side there how it used to look for all of us. This is current. So this would be 3.21 right now. And what we're seeing on the left, this just looks so much worse. What we're seeing on the left would be 3.22, I guess. Yeah.
And best of all, we're going to include all these new features and improvements in the next 3.22 release. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, just snacking a little bit. So that was the first part of sort of engine stuff that we're getting. Clouds, fog, lighting. You know, it doesn't make a huge difference to the game, but I think it's going to make the planets look a lot better. Next up. Oh, I don't even have it on here. New hairstyles. I guess I could take a look at that real quick. So this isn't too much. Cool. This is really just we're getting some new hairstyles in the game. Unfortunately, not the character customizer. So if you didn't see it already, this is the new character customizer.
I kind of like this. Yeah.
Very nice.
All right.
It really, oh God, I love it. I can't wait. It's so much better than what we have. Unfortunately, this is not what we will be getting right now. What we will be getting by the end of this year is just going to be these new hairstyles here.
So, as a last note, I'll leave you with this video, and next, Forrest will come here to talk about this stuff. So, let's take a look at this, guys. This is actually what you're getting. Into the PU.
Waited a long time for hair improvements. So, you'll understand why people are so excited for it.
So before the year ends, you're all gonna get to enjoy these hairstyles.
But honestly, like, I think we're all really waiting for this stuff. The actual new character builder, because, oh man, this is
customizing and expressing yourself
so
as a
much
character.
better. I mean,
So once you're done, you've got to sign off.
you can like kind of sculpt the face.
Or down, depending on how much you wanted that certain facial shape. Now, this was out of it.
Yeah, you can kind of just stretch it instead of using sliders, which I think makes it a lot better. Ultimately, though, I think this is still a ways out compared to the hairstyles. So I just wanted to touch on the hairstyles real quick because that was kind of related to this stuff, this server changes. But it's not going to be like these sort of physicalized hair improvements, not yet. How many people walk around without their helmet? With the new interaction system, I'm thinking more people will. An easy way to equip and unequip your helmet probably make people do it more often. Cloud improvements 322, end of the year.
Actually, being a bald man, this was a very touching moment for me when I made this video.
I would hesitate to show your friend the game this year. If you feel like you've got one chance to show someone Star Citizen, I would say wait until after we know how server meshing is helping the game. Yeah, we're supposed to get a hotkey for taking off your helmet. I think that's something that'll come with new interaction systems.
Next, I would like to introduce Maelstrom, a physically based destruction.
I don't know if it's 322 or 322.x. They haven't talked about that yet. All right, so next up is going to be... Man, is it already time? Is it time for some server meshing talk? Yeah, I guess all the other stuff is... Let me make sure I have everything here. I have a list that should be telling me I started noting down when things are supposed to be coming, and there should be derelict settled. Ah, okay, yeah, derelict new derelict environments. I need to remember that. Combat improvements from AI. Yes, I need to remember that. Okay, let's get into replication layer. You seen that too many times? Let's get into replication layer a little bit and talk about what it's supposed to be. First, I'm going to give you the early description of it, just a couple of minutes, and then we're going to look at it in action. Not all of server meshing, just the replication layer separation, so you can kind of understand a little bit of what they're trying to do with the current goals leading to server meshing.
The goal of server meshing is to allow multiple DGS instances to work together and divide simulation costs between each server in the mesh. In the best case, we can scale this to infinity by adding more nodes to the mesh. As we saw earlier, each server node stores the state of entities locally. If we want to mesh these servers together, we need to find an efficient way to synchronize state between each server.
Okay, since we kind of jumped into this, what he's showing us right now would technically be server meshing.
With our current architecture, depending on the vision of...
The idea being that each of these is a different DGS, a different thing that's handling the area you're in, but they're all trying to connect simultaneously to each client. So imagine if we had server meshing and the idea of server meshing was the same as it is right now. You are meant to make Stanton controlled by 10 different servers. Some have the planets, some have a couple of moons, maybe a couple have all the empty space in between, but there's 10 of these squares that are handling an area that have all these players in it. And every one of these players has to connect to that server, and that server, and that server. And then this person has to connect to that server, and that server, and that server. And each one has to connect to each one so that they all are synchronized and up to date. Obviously, that sort of scaling would be insane, which is what he's going to tell us, and then he's going to explain the solution to that problem.
The simulation and the overlap, this would require a lot of synchronization points between each node. It's an exponential problem, as in the worst case, each node would need to talk to each other node in the mesh, severely limiting our ability to scale it. To solve this issue, we are separating simulation and replication. Instead of just meshing multiple dedicated game servers together and have them synchronize state between each other, we are introducing a new layer called replication layer. The replication layer has two major functions. It holds the state of every entity in memory and replicates the state to clients, but also to server nodes. I said server nodes because in this setup, the traditional dedicated game server becomes a game server node. This server node connects to the replication layer, very similar to a client, and only a subset of entities are replicated to that server node.
Okay, so now what he's describing, I think he made it pretty clear. I don't think I could make it easier to understand than that. But basically, the replication layer takes all of that data that all the servers were holding before and just acts as that one true timeline. You know, TDI, got this under control. And it acts as basically a go-between of all the computers who are grouped up and all the people who are grouped up and all the servers who are actually running the simulation that they're playing on. And it allows the servers to live separate from what people are experiencing, which is why crash recovery is going to be such an important part of this progression.
Replication to server nodes is controlled by the network bind culling algorithm that we saw earlier, and is driven by streaming bubbles. And it works very similar to how it works on clients. The server node has certain streaming bubbles assigned to it, which will cause the replication.
So just to give some context to what we're looking at here, in the top left here is would be one server, and then in the bottom left here would be in another server. They're both looking at the same area, but they're simulating different things based on where people are.
Layer to replicate entities from these streaming bubbles to the server node. Contrary to a player's client, a server node has the additional responsibility to execute server-side authoritative code for those entities, controlling AI, doing damage calculations, etc., etc. The result of this simulation is then written.
So this would be on that screen that we looked at a little bit earlier. Let me go back real. So looking at this, if you've got one server here, let's say this server controls Crusader, right? And all of these players are on Crusader. So all of their things that they do, the people they shoot, the stuff they loot, the things they kill, all of that is happening on this server, but because all these other servers can take authority over that space, they need to know that. And so this server would pass the information to the replication layer, because obviously it has to sync up with the clients anyways, and the replication layer would make sure every other server knows that. So then, if this server, the one that you're on, were to crash, the other ones could take over, and you would miss out on that 30K. So what we're seeing here is that happening. When you see that green stream come from this corner into the main area, that's this server node updating the replication layer, which would then update other server nodes.
Player's client, a server node, has the additional responsibility to execute server-side authoritative code for those entities, controlling AI, doing damage calculations, etc., etc. The result of this simulation is then written back from the server node to the replication layer, and from there it is replicated to all connected clients and other server nodes. Since streaming bubbles can overlap, entities may be replicated to multiple server nodes, exactly the same way how they are currently replicated to multiple clients if players are at the same location.
As we look at the next example after this, we're going to look at what happens when one server has to take authority over something that another server can see. We're about to see that play out right here graphically, and you'll see how it is handled in these server nodes here. Then we'll watch how that happens in game after we finish this video.
To avoid two server nodes trying to simulate the same entity, only one server node can have authority over any given entity. And only that server is allowed to write entity state back to the replication layer. This is usually the first server node who replicated the entity, and other server nodes will only run client code on those entities.
So I'll play it again. We just saw how the server, the replication layer, communicates to the server what's going on, and then they go back and forth with the other server node, and all of them stay in sync depending on what's happening.
Node can have authority over any given entity. And only that server is allowed to write entity state back to the replication layer. This is usually the first server node who replicated the entity, and other server nodes will only run client code on those entities. Basically, you can see a game server node as a client with authority to write the result of its local simulation back to the replication layer. Authority can transfer between server nodes. For example, if an entity leaves the streaming bubble of the current authoritative server, it is then transferred to the next server node that has this entity currently streamed in. Further, authority can be transferred between server nodes on demand in order to load balance the mesh.
So it's very it's a little dry, but it does make sense if you start to consider, if you just think of like each server as a computer and knowing that computer has a certain load it needs to handle. The idea of having multiple computers work together makes sense, but it's a lot easier to connect all of those computers to one central mainframe rather than trying to connect each computer with one Ethernet cable to each one, you know? So the replication layer is acting as that one central mainframe. And what we have here, I'm going to go back to our engine video. Now we can see this play out in person in an actual game environment with him actually playing the game. And this was the part that kind of blew a lot of people's minds at CitizenCon. What I just showed you was from 2021. That was an old talk that was more conceptual and design focused. This, what I'm about to show you, is from CitizenCon this year, 2023. And this kind of takes what they showed us in design, puts it in game, which you may notice is kind of a trend for this year's CitizenCon. Anyways, here it is.
And I also have some metrics on the screen which shows the entity graph worker, the requests per minute, per second, the mutations, and you also will see entities created and destroyed once I do that. All right, so let's wait for my client to come up and join this level. So the first thing that will happen when I join this level, you will see on that server everything streams in, and my client gets connected and also streams in everything on the client view. What would happen on the behind the scenes is that my player just got unstowed into that shard, and we at real time created everything for this player. So you will see his body is attached to the player. You will see his mobi-glass, his head with all his customizations, his undersuit, and then all his customizations as well on the undersuit. What you also see is that this player just got unstowed and attached to a static zone object container. And this is how our zone system works. Basically, on the server, you will see 3 different zones, purple, green, and red. And each zone comes with its own coordinate system and its own physical grid. And this is how we actually, on live, do zone transitions between your ship, empty space, space station, or a planet.
So that's kind of a key part of this application. When server meshing already exists, a lot of times the differences between technology is based on those zones, where they are, how the transition works. There's a lot of variability in this. I really liked how Panic Switch described it as kind of like the next generation of loading screens. Like, it doesn't have to be the same every time, and every application is a little bit unique. Sorry.
And you will see, as I walk between those zones, I will, at real time, update it in that entity graph. And this all happens seamless. So for a client, this is completely transparent. You don't notice that. But this is actually what's happening when you step in or out into a ship. And this is very unique to our engine. No other engine has this zone system, and that allows...
This is object container streaming, for those who remember when that saved all of us back in 2018, 3.3.5, I think it was, or 3.3.0. It just absolutely, it like doubled frame rates for people. We went from 9 to 18, which is... Star Citizen.
Us to do all the amazing stuff you saw in the videos before, transitioning in and out of planets and go from the smallest scope to the largest scope. So everything we do in a shard, so this is like a mini level, like the mini PU level, is also persisted in this database. When we create new entities in our engine, in Star Engine, those entities get pushed into our entity graph, into our online database at real time, and then from there replicated to our clients. So if I go ahead and spawn a couple of plushies here, you will see they spawn, they get created immediately on my entity graph and replicated on the server and on the client. So spawn a couple more here. And you see this,
okay, so what he's doing here is, this is the same guy, by the way, this dude, architect. He's basically setting up this scenario, a situation in which he has multiple servers handling similar areas that are connected geographically.
Angus I spawn in the other zone get attached to the other zone. And then if I go and transition one of those, they will also transition between the different zones.
So they're not quite servers, they're just still object containers. Sorry, I misspoke there. Currently we have several object containers, and to be honest, I think they actually show that in this video too. Here. Yeah, I think this is supposed to be object container streaming, maybe. I don't remember exactly which one, but they do show that as well, and that is the basic foundation of where server meshing comes from.
And the same works for ships or more complex entities. If I spawn this buggy here, you will see this one gets created with all its attachments and everything else attached to it. And this is just my small demo level here. On live, we have up to 600,000 dynamic entities that get created for one single shard. And this is just the initial state. After 2 weeks, 3 weeks of gameplay, when you guys go in and destroy stuff, spawn stuff, play around, it goes in the millions of entities. So this in itself is pretty amazing tech. The next time I want to talk about is our streaming system. Most engines do stream on texture or geometry. We actually stream entities, and we do stream persistent entities. So when I turn on the streaming system here and I walk into this, if I walk over to the red area, you will see that the purple area will stream out together with all the entities on that server. So it does not only stream out.
So again, I believe they show us this here.
And any streaming group within the bubble will also be streamed in on the server and then replicated to the client. Entities are considered inside the streaming bubble if their projected stream. We create a so-called streaming bubble around that player, and object containers as well as streaming groups that are visible from the player's point of view are considered inside this bubble. Any object container that is inside the bubble will stream its content, and any streaming group within the bubble will also be streamed in on the server and then replicated to the client.
So he's same guy, same topic, 2 years apart? 2 years apart. Basically just explaining his work both in concept and now in engine environment.
Out on my client, it actually streams out on that server. And when I come back in the green zone, that purple zone streams back in with all the entities in there with their full persistent state. So now I have a second player joined. Benoit is going to join me. So Ben, if you want to join, okay, I think you see him over there. Hey Ben. Sorry. Nice. All right, I'm going to spawn a couple more penguins here. Because the next thing I want to talk about is new technology we are right now developing and we are about to put on the tech preview for you to play. And this is actually the replication layer split. And that's the big next step in our great vision, obviously, as you might know. So in this demo, my client and my servers, they are no longer directly connected. Actually, I have a new service running here, and that is our replication service. So my client is connected to this replication service, and my server is connected to this replication service. And the replication service, the sole purpose is to get all the entities which are in the entity graph and stream them to clients and servers which are connected to. And what's really cool about this is, let's do a little experiment here. I mean, you all know our game has bugs. It's still alpha, and sometimes things can happen. So let's see what's happening when I kill my server here.
There's basically the same thing on the left side
console
being explained.
So let's just shut it down.
Basically, he cuts the server.
And yes, this is where you would usually see a 30K or something. You can see Benoit kind of froze there for a bit, and the buggy does a bit weird stuff.
So basically, on the left side, you're seeing the same thing. Cuts the server, replication layer keeps the data flowing, and the servers can spin back up without the connection the client has with whatever is going on in the entity database. Basically, it's seamless, you know. So that's the idea behind the replication layer split overall, and this is sort of their focus in when it comes to like the crash recovery. So I'll let that play out again, kind of while he's. Mrs. Tomato just poked me in the nose. You guys couldn't see it. I will let this play out again here on the left side while he's talking about it on the right.
Kind of. This is where you would usually see a 30K or something. You can see Benoit kind of froze there for a bit, and the buggy does a bit weird stuff. I can shoot those pingus, but the world is really in a frozen state right now. But I didn't disconnect, because I'm connected to the replication layer and not to the server anymore. In the meantime, I'm just starting a new server. Let's be a bit patient for it. Should come back online in a second. And as you can see, now that the server came back, it restored the state.
Honestly, that's how I would celebrate. I just start shooting. just let the gun rip. Because that's such a fun moment. Like even outside of server meshing, let's forget about the conversation of server meshing real quick and just like acknowledge how great it's gonna be that server crashes won't affect us. Oh my god. Unless maybe I guess they crash in mass or the replication layer crashes, that would be very bad. But the idea of 30Ks not being, you know, you don't work on an event for 40 minutes and then at 30Ks and everything's gone. Yeah, rest in peace iCache. I'm very glad that they found something that works compared to that. Can they delegate some of the replication per client, per computer of people playing, doing some low-level peer-to-peer before recollecting data per less demanding ticks? Possibly. I don't know about that. One of your big worries for a long time now is the total lack of polish is going to become overwhelming. Oftentimes you can think code's working fine until too late, back to drawing board. Well, you got Squadron 42 requiring some level of polish to be picked up. But yeah, I guess there's always a possibility that they can never catch up with the standard they want to hit. See how big they can make the company to do that. Hope we'll be able to relieve some of the job on the main server workload. Yeah, I'd be terrified of being in charge of the replication layer or the entity data graph database. Replication layer crashes will be the new thing. I mean, if the replication layer crashes, that would be literally every single player in the whole game getting kicked out. Could you imagine how much worse than server crashes that would be? So this is kind of, again, I don't want to get into the server meshing conversation. What I'm showing here is replication layer separation. That's what you should be expecting to be in testing by the end of this year. I don't even know if it's going to be released. It's clearly not coming with 321.1, as that's probably coming out this week. 322 maybe? 322.1 maybe? I don't know. But the replication layer separation is different from server meshing, and it's not as significant, but it will help with stability of the game. Like, this will be an objective improvement to the game as long as it works. Let's listen to what else he has to say before they get to server meshing, and then we'll move on.
It restored the state, and the simulation just continues to work as before. So this will be, again, this is very early tech, but this is a great benefit of what we have with our replication layer split. But there's one more thing. And let's try this thing again. I just killed my server, and I'm trying to do that again. But this time, we're doing something different. So let's first go in here. This is my development tool. I can talk about it in a second. So let's stop that server again. And restart. And this will take a little bit. I'm running this tool you see here. This is our internal development tool. This tool runs the entire stack of our game on this PC. This is obviously for development only, and I can do that with my small test level. But this really helps online devs and all people who work on the incredible, complicated tech we hear to be able to develop our game. And because I run everything on this PC, it's a bit slow. So let's wait and see what's happening here.
Wait till you see how my PC works, man.
All right. Simulation continues. I can see Ben moving again. Hey, Ben. However, what just happened? Well, as you can see on my screen, I no longer have one server connected.
Okay. So this is where he translates into talking about server meshing. That's not really of our concern for this talk. Get out of here, both of y'all. All right. So that's some of the back-end tech that we should be expecting this year. This was both server meshing, or sorry, there I go saying the words, replication layer, separation, and yada, 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 yada. Now I've actually got a couple things I realized that I forgot. So let's go to the first thing. Now we're getting into more tangible features, things that you can actually touch and hold and feel. I take it I don't have to tell you that the HDR improvements are coming into the game. They've already kind of started. But what I'm looking for now is... This one? I'm gonna show you guys some locations that we have coming into the game.
System.
Yes.
Completely,
Living on the Edge was a lot about Pyro, but Pyro is not the only place that we are getting advancements or improvements. The Stanton system is going to see some new Stanton system is seeing some new outposts coming to the game this year that are looking more like towns, more like villages that you can do multiple missions at, or at least fight your way through instead of just 1 or 2 buildings. These are looking like a lot better ground locations to start loading content into, especially once server meshing allows for some more load in smaller locations. You're new to the game, but you already made a bunch of millions helping people smuggle drugs. What is that? What are you talking about? Hey, what's up, Marcus? How you doing? Should have been a big moment for the whole community to enjoy it together, jumping to Pyro for the first time. Well, I think that's why they didn't include jump points in most of the system. Granted, yeah, people have been in Pyro, but at this point, I think there's been too much of a fuss. I think they really just want to have people play Pyro and get it out there, get it over with. Yo, Zethus and Raven1, thank you both for the subs. I really appreciate it. Both coming in on Prime in like the same minute. Kicking us off. Thanks for driving us towards that goal for the day. All right, so let's take a look at some of these new locations. Again, these are coming to Stanton. You don't have to wait for Pyro. These are going to be new ground locations for missions and different types of stuff. And this is kind of a long segment, so I'll kind of skip through it. We've already seen some of it, but I'll let you guys soak it in again.
System agnostic, so you can expect to see these outposts in other systems as well. And of course, we're going to look to add more ingredients, more of those modules to the library as well, to further expand the variety and depth you'll be able to see at these new locations. We want to encourage more on-foot gameplay within a small ecosystem of a planet to give that more localized and personal feeling experience. Our goal with these locations, as with many of the others we're going to hear about today, is to continue to work on the gameplay so that every location offers a rich playground to explore. And I guess I'd like to finish just by thanking everyone for listening today. It's really great to see you all. And I'm going to pass you over to Nick, who's going to talk about some locations that are coming in the nearer future. Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde. Yoo! We are French Canadian on the here. Cool. All right, guys. My name is Nicolas Pinchot. I'm from Montreal. I'm assistant art director, and I'm here today to show you the next new derelict settlement we did. But just before that, I just want to say thank you to everyone who worked on that mandate. You guys made an awesome work. I'm super happy and proud to be here today to show you that, all of you guys and to the world. So let's cut to the chase and let me present you the new derelict settlement.
Hey! You guys see that? Look at this guy floating over here. Can we just, real quick, can we just go back in time, take a little dive back? Join me as we dive back in time. To this episode of Inside Star Citizen, going over the new derelicts coming to the game. And I'm thinking, like, we talked about these twice over the course of this year. And they were supposed to come in both 319 and 320. Now, people have told me that these locations are in-game. But also, I have confirmed with VerseGuide that they're not. So I don't think these locations are in-game. I think there are new derelicts, but I don't think they are the big ones that they've been talking about in these segments. So here is a bit of what we saw back then. I want you to take a look at these and tell me if you think that these are comparable and possibly the same ones they're showing us now.
Large settlements where it's almost like fortresses or small villages. Now we have some that are like
fully fortified. We have added gameplay like where we can play King of the Hill. We got other ones with like turrets, defense walls, security gates, but everything's still in derelict kind of shape, a bit more like Mad Max, where it's not abandoned, but like they use ship parts, and these things are still decaying over time through the harsh weather conditions on these planets. These settlements have been like there for like 100 years. Others that maybe the spaceship just crashed and like they just started building a village for the last couple of years. Some people would make something that's a bit more fortified to defend against nature and all the elements. Maybe some people would make like a bar just to invite their friends over, expecting to be rescued soon enough, I guess, or within the next several years. So we have like a bunch of farms, we have greenhouses, we can have like hostile, and we can have also just social settlements now with a lot more assets to play with. My favorite settlement or outpost that we've created so far is the one deep in the forest. We nicknamed it like Ewok Village. Basically, you crash in the forest, so you're using all like what's around you, the elements. So there's a bit of lumber. So we're bringing a bit more organic feel to this settlement. I could definitely see myself building a nice little town.
Yeah, see, these are definitely the ones they're showing at CitizenCon, because like the stuff he's talking about that he's highlighting is stuff that I was very noticeable at these other outposts we're about to look at.
Barricaded walls made out of lumber, and it has all these drapes, these fabrics, these tarps that are playing in the wind. We have these old windmills that are in the background with fields of crops that they grew, but also it's a bit of like overgrown vegetation at the same time, because it's not like lined up perfectly. It's just like this little savage garden that you can pick some berries to survive or whatever. You have these big greenhouses during the winter season that you can actually grow stuff. You can also use these as harvestables. The player can go visit the greenhouses and just pick some things and add it to his inventory. And we really customized the art direction for each angle. So when the player approaches the settlement, we really have like either a big ship carcass that you can actually like go through, and then it showcases like the whole settlement to the player's eyes. And on the other side, it just shows like different elements and different little hubs in the areas. So you know, like, okay, this is the farming side of the village. This is the more like the town hall, or like this little bar side. They have like really nice paths that are developed. When there's mud, we put like little metal plates and panels so that the player, like, you can tell like it's clearly a path. And we define the main player paths, so it's a lot easier for the players to navigate, find like the lootables. So it just feels a lot more alive, this one, because we spend a bit more time. And this is basically our benchmark that we're aiming for. So it would be the forest settlement, my favorite. So yeah, that's
it really feels like these are a lot more in line with what they've wanted from derelicts overall. Something that feels a little bit more permanent, a little larger, a little more multi-purpose than just like we saw them with what was it called? Whistler's Crypt, I think. The 600i crash kind of was their first take at it, and they do this. They've done this for like every year for the last 3 years. They try one, they see how it works, they do some gameplay with it, they come back with a bunch of different versions. So now we're starting to see it applied across different ships and different biomes.
Set up pretty much for the settlements where we're at. They're evolving quite rapidly now with our new systems and our new tools. So we actually reduce the size of the team because we don't need as many artists, just because our kit is actually quite large now. So with just a handful of artists, we can really produce like a lot of settlements within a couple-week period. I'm super excited to be able to show the players and share the awesome art that we've been creating over the last several years, actually. And yeah, I'll see you on the other side. I'll see you in the verse. Have a great one.
All right, so these have actually just been dropped in the roadmap roundup for the day. This came out just today, 3/22, adding a new player hair update, which we covered and already saw, new derelict settlements, which we're covering now. A couple that I didn't expect, new arena commander maps. This looks like it's going to be, a derelict settlement made for FPS modes. That's okay. Another rough and stormy settlement on Hurston for FPS. Very nice. And then multi-crew support in Arena Commander. Folks, Arena Commander's getting good. It just needs to run better. But man, yeah, derelict settlements for FPS fights is going to make for some pretty fun stuff. And multi-crew support means that we are going to start being able to load into turrets on people's ships. All of the org events that we are running We can now just run an AC. They'll probably work engineering into this in one of the next couple of upcoming updates. That's good stuff. Love to see it. So these derelict settlements are coming into the live version, but we're also seeing some of them in the PU. Or I mean in Arena Commander. Now back to what they were showing us at CitizenCon, a newer look basically at the same assets we just saw. Here is what they have to say about these derelict settlements coming to Stanton in December. Now we are seeing it in the roadmap to confirm as much. So clearly a lot of diversity in these locations. We've got plenty of like wooded area stuff here on Microtech. We've got snowy stuff on Microtech. A lot of Microtech. Obviously there's some Hurston here too, with this sort of like platform looking. They didn't show too much Hurston, but these will be across all planets with the ground. So like Hurston and Microtech really in America, or America in Stanton. ArcCorp, somebody did ask about ArcCorp in chat. They are going to be adding some new biomes to ArcCorp. It won't be all city. That's just what it is right now for their sort of tier 1 implementation. But they will be adding some lakes and spare forests and stuff like that. So do expect to see some more ground locations added to ArcCorp. But until then, building interiors will be how we get that kind of gameplay there. Yeah, I don't know where the heck America came from in that sentence. It was weird.
Pretty cool, guys, eh?
So I'm gonna let them talk a little bit about how these locations are different. They look like just new locations, but there is some different gameplay implementations here, or implications that we'll go over. I'll let him kind of talk about it.
Oh, by the way, we made more than 4. It's not just 4. We made more than that. So we split those settlements into categories, social and hostile. In the social one, we will have drop-off mission, shops, food, loots, and drinks. And hostile one, obviously, will be more focused combat. Let me show you what it looks like.
So really, these are just more cargo missions. I mean, they're made more interesting because it's a new area, but I think this is kind of a hint at better cargo gameplay, because we're not going to be doing these courier box missions for much longer. We're going to be switching to actual cargo missions, and these locations are going to be economic hubs, or economic nodes that require deliveries and exports if they are social locations. So I would expect these to have more regular missions, kind of like our regular outposts, than the normal derelicts do, which are just combat focused. What would be really interesting is knowing if they're going to have working habs. You maybe spend the night there. Start your day at a derelict. And also, after running one of these missions in Pyro, it wasn't this location, but it was a lot like this. I can confirm they play a lot different when you have to move and attack. I mean, Siege of Orison plays different from a bunker. Just put Siege of Orison at an outdoor location, and it makes for some good fun. Easy to access good fun, too. Here's a Hearthstone location. You can kind of see, like, if you look at this location, you can see that a lot of the infrastructure is made from, like, rusted out materials and trash and crates and stuff. Whereas if you go back to, like, some of these microtech focused locations, like, the infrastructure is more wood and timber. It's a really nice touch of detail, and I'm excited to see how that continues with other types of biomes and stuff.
I like the end. The end's awesome. All right, in summary, guys, we're going to have a lot of new location on planets, links with nice mission and good gameplay. And the most important, all those locations will be in Q4 this year, available in the game.
All right, so as we saw, it's been added to the roadmap, so can confirm it's at least tentatively planned for Q4. In fact, we can now update this, and it will update with these new locations. Let's see. Yep, there it is. New derelict settlements tentatively placed on the roadmap for December. We'll see if it happens. And here are the other FPS maps. Oh, this is going to be cool. I'm sorry if you don't like Arena Commander, but I am pumped for some closed FPS situations in these outpost locations. Okay, what else was there? Combat AI improvements. How can I show that off? Take a look at some of the combat AI they showed us. I think it was here. So I'm not exactly sure how much of this will be in the game. I know they've added some of the Squadron 42 improvements that we've been reading about in monthly reports, but this is kind of what they showed us at CitizenCon. Now, I know combat AI improvements are coming to Star Citizen. But again, just to be very, very clear, I don't know how much of what we're about to see from this video is actually meant to be in the game this year. Just that something is. So, big old grain of salt there. A couple of them.
work we've done for Squadron 42 is going to flow into the Star Citizen experience. So we wanted to make the AI presentation about how you guys are going to experience the tech and the features we have been working on. So from the player perspective, you've seen how many new opportunities you have. And now it's interesting to see how the NPC are going to react to that. So the goal of Star Citizen is to build a breathing and living environment where your actions matters, and the NPC you will find in the universe needs to have the same opportunities and same limitations that you have. So when we play a game, we want you to spend the time that feels memorable, that feels special, right? Something you can remember and talk about. So we want you to give you a challenge to overcome, but also a challenge that is fun and doesn't feel repetitive and boring. So when we look at FPS encounter, we want to build variety. We want to give the designers, like Zach, the ability to craft combat scenarios, not just to put NPC in the level. And we need to make sure that he can tweak something such that he can experience the unique play style and the play space that you have. So Star Citizen can benefit from tons of unique environments. So for those environments, we want you to have different type of fun. So what we'll look at today is some of the tools that they have to achieve this goal and bring the AI to the next level. So the first tool we're going to look at today is the NPC trait system. So we spoke about this in the past, and we have now available for designers the initial set of traits they can use to influence the behaviors. So those are some of the ones that are available to the designers. Today we're going to focus on the combat traits, because we have traits that also apply to the peaceful situation and the social environment, but those are the ones that influence NPCs during a combat scenario. And traits, you can imagine them as characteristics NPCs have or don't have. So through the usage, we can make sure the combat feels different from one encounter to another. Traits in tech-wise, are just traits and tags that we can apply to character instance, character classes, but code can also apply them automatically based on specific rules. For example, if you see somebody with a rocket launcher, those will apply, an example, the sentry trait automatically, because those weapons are weapons that work well at range, so you want them to not push forwards to you. So they allow to block, or actually, they allow or they block specific section of the behaviors to run, but they also influence the likelihood of some logic to happen, or they modify the outcome of specific actions. So let's imagine we want to model a pirate faction, something that you can actually experience in the Pyro playground. So we want them to feel aggressive, but also not very trained. They are not very military. So how do we do it with the traits? We can start adding to this faction either the aggressive or reckless trait. Those are traits that increase the risky behaviors. So for example, fighting more in open space or expose themselves longer when they are in cover. We can then assign to some of those pirates the ignore fire obstruction trait. As you've seen, for example, in...
Does that mean they just, like, if they're behind a wall, they'll just keep shooting? Because I think they all do that right now.
Destructible environment. So what the NPC will try to do is to keep shooting at the position the enemy has been hiding into. So you will see destroying environment, but you will also see them being less careful and managing their ammos. For others, we could use the undisciplined trigger finger trait. So this trait is, for example, meant to convey the inability to control their weapon when they are emotionally engaged in the fight. And what it will cause is them to trigger the weapon much longer compared, or also just a bit longer compared to what the behavior is asking. So being bad at preserving their ammo means they will also run out of bullets much quicker. So this offers interesting opportunities for players because they can now shoot at them while they reload or while they scavenge the environment. So traits are building blocks we can use to define how character, faction, or encounter should feel. And designer can now create a wide variety of encounters for you guys to enjoy the game. So I want to paint a picture for you guys. So this is the bunker mission in Pyro, right? And we have a set of enemies that are defending the environment. So this is imagine an infiltrate and destroy mission, Those guys are there defending the bunker. You need to take it over. You need to basically kill them all. You are now fighting against enemies that they defend the environment. So before we go to the next slide, imagine the same environment, very similar enemies, but different traits, same behavior. So now you are defending an environment, and they are aggressive towards the environment. They want to take it. So what you will see here is that created a mix of enemies, some equipped with, for example, shotgun and aggressive traits. Now they will push towards you. They will force you to take actions and to react to them.
Okay. I don't understand, why are we seeing... Why is he showing us the different traits of these AI, but not in the same exact environment? I think that's what confuses me here, because I don't see like a general place where the NPCs would be defending. I guess they could just mark an arbitrary space on the ground, but like if he showed us the same NPCs on this and we saw how they were like pushing down around the sides and coming down from the wall, I feel like that would show maybe more what he's trying to say. Not
Mix
sure.
of enemies, some equipped with, for example, shotgun and aggressive traits. Now they will push towards you. They will force you to take actions and to react to them. They reload. Some will cover up. Obviously, this is with God mode on, so Zach was not dying. So this is possible to set up with a tick-off box. But this is not just enemies, because in Star Citizen, we want you to hire your own crew members. And those crew members, those characters, will have different personalities, different traits, different training level that they can build up. But when you look at their traits, we want you to see their strengths and their weaknesses so that you can pick the one that either match your playstyle or compensate your playstyle. So one good thing that we want to show you today is the medic. So there are some NPCs that can carry, obviously, med pants, but not everybody is able to use it well or wants to use it in a specific encounter. So we want to tweak this, and we have the medic trait. Here we combine a lot of the tech that we have spoken in the past, usable tech, behavior tech. And as Jens showed you, players now can just not only kill enemies, because before our NPCs would just die, but now you can take them down, you can restrain them. So the eye perception is to carry all this information about the different actor states. So he needs to know if he's down, but if he's still alive, or if it's just, somebody that you need to wake up. So a medic in the regular combat flow can, when it's safe to do so, and at the right time, attempt to heal his mate that can be helped. So now you can imagine guard patrolling the environment, you take down a character, the guard finds this body on the ground. He doesn't know if he's alive or not. So he can go there, he can check it, check the pulse, see the state, and if he can be helped, he can basically execute the right healing process. If he needs a med pen, he will use the med pen. If he needs to shake him to wake him up, he will shake him up. And if he needs to unrestrain him, he will unrestrain him. And your crew members can also do the same with you. So if you are down in critical condition, they can come and help you out. We'll see now.
Yeah, I've heard, we're hearing in chat too, and I've heard multiple times that this is happening in game. Both players and NPCs are getting revived by other NPCs.
And heal his mate.
I love how hyped he gets.
He needs to pick up a new weapon because he just dropped it. So as we mentioned before, and as you've seen here, NPC can run out of bullets, but can also lose their weapons. So what we have to do right now is that, first of all, we want NPCs to have a concrete ammo pool to use. We don't want infinite ammos anymore. So...
Yeah, that's again one of these other things that's like, hey, the game's really tough, but the game also doesn't play how it's supposed to. NPCs can revive us. So like, even if there are no players around, there is a chance that there will be an NPC crew or security guard or somebody who can revive you if you're out playing solo. And I know people are making jokes about like NPC crew and stuff in a long time, but like I said, this is already happening to people in the PTU. This isn't in the future. It's already in the game. It's happening, and it's been added.
The ammo pool is actually constructed by the ammos NPC carrying their weapons the one that they carry, the one that might have, and all the magazines they carry. They don't have any more bullets out of that. So NPC must properly use those items to fight. And the longer the engagement, the more likely it is they will run out of bullets and they will have to scavenge the environment. How do they do that? It's through the NPC, the usable system, as you've seen with Ines as well, Ines' presentation. You see that anything the player can interact with, the NPCs actually can, the same exact way. So the dead bodies can be looted, same as dropped weapons. Ammo crates will have physically inside some weapons, magazines. They can provide you with items. An NPC can understand where you can find ammos that are actually functioning with their own weapons.
Yeah, I've seen this happen already.
They actually can decide. For example, if it's better to reach an ammo crate and gather some new ammos, or if that is too far or towards the enemy, they can decide to pick up another weapon. So you will see that. Also already in Pyro, you might see it. And once they decide to do so, obviously they don't have bullets, so they cannot fight you. What they can do, they can also switch to their sidearms. And the sidearms is less effective, obviously, compared to the primary weapon, but it is still better than nothing for them to protect themselves while they go around and they loot the environment. So we'll see here an example where some NPC run out of bullets. Obviously, in this video, we give them a chance to go and loot as well. And this is a proper ammo crate that allows them to get back magazines. And another NPC arrives, and he will loot the dead body. This is the same dead body you might be able to loot, and you will not find ammos after that. But you will probably find it in the other one once you kill it.
So that's how we group up all of our ammo. Instead of going around and looting all of the bodies yourself, which is just, so much, you get an NPC, you trick them into following you back to the battlefield, you make them use all of their ammo. Wait. Then they just use all their ammo and then go to the next body. Never mind, I give up.
Last but not least, another tool in the FPS arsenal is grenades. Grenades are a great tool. NPC can now fully react and use grenades in the environment. So grenades are a great tool, especially when an NPC needs to counter a player that is camping or a player that is hiding or say in a location that the NPC cannot reach. So grenades force the movement and keep the action going, but they're also very dangerous. You've seen in Ali's presentation and my presentation that a grenade can make electronics explode, ignite a fire, and then the fire can propagate in the environment. So NPCs need to properly understand the environment and not jump into the fire and get damaged.
Yeah, that would be good.
So how do we do that? Is we have a new full system to handle hazards. Basically, a hazard on the technical side can create a navigation volume modifier. And the navigation module modifier gets registered in navigation system, and our basically mesh can be modified, and it will carry semantic about if that is a danger, something better, and how much costly it is to go through. Because maybe you have a suit that allows you to go through the fire, so that is fine. You will not, the NPC can understand that. But if they can't, they would try to find positions that
a lot of this stuff, by the way, that they're talking about, we talked about NPC crew, but the first implementation of passenger transport actually requires them to get the ability for NPCs to follow you to work. So going out into a planet and like having an NPC just following you around, somebody you could just give something to keep in their inventory and stuff, I really don't think is that far out. I think that's further out definitely than like NPCs being engineers and stuff on your ship. But as far as just simply following you around on a planet, I really don't think that's that far away. In fact, I think the only thing probably stopping us from that is the server performance. The tech to do that is probably already there in the engine, but we'll see.
Maybe you have a suit that allows you to go through the fire, so that is fine. You will not, the NPC can understand that. But if they can't, they would try to find positions that are safe for them to position themselves, but also paths that will avoid those dangerous areas. And now we'll see an example of that. This is a safe environment, still fighting, but safe, safer. And what will happen now? Fire ignites. and propagates. This is fully dynamic, so it's fully controlled by the fire system. The fire system modifies volumes in the navigation system, and we really know where we can and not pass at any given moment. So this is a subset of the things that we worked on and we wanted to show you today. Thanks very much for listening, and now back to Jens.
Cool. So that's kind of AI improvements, I believe. Yeah, I guess here we can see all of that in action if you guys would like to.
Peak of a
This is using the new HUD, so we don't have this HUD or crosshair functionality yet, but the AI is mainly the focus of this. Here's what we might be seeing from AI in the new missions starting in, well, next month. Ah, there's the real improvement I want. So what it feels like to me mainly here that we're seeing is just a diversity in pressure. Like they're talking about traits, but traits, I mean, how much do you notice traits in a game? I personally don't. I've never noticed more than 2 different types of enemies in like a Halo game. So they might be so subtle, the differences, that we don't even notice. But what I'm mainly seeing here is a difference in positioning and pressure. And I think if that can combine with them actually using real teamwork and having unique weaknesses, it's going to make the combat a lot better. For instance, this isn't necessarily about making NPCs harder. This is about making the gameplay more interesting. They might not be better than the AI we already have, but they're doing different things, they're doing them at different times and for different reasons. And I think that mainly that's their goal right now, is to diversify the experience so much as set up difficulty levels. So that's combat AI improvements. And I think that was everything that wasn't. Oh, one more thing. We've got a new faction coming into the game here. See if I can pull that up. The guns do sound much nicer. So I want to say this one. Here is a new faction coming into the game. Yeah. So this is a new faction coming into the game, and they're introducing some interesting new aspects with armor as well. Now, I don't know about the armor and all that stuff, what's going to go on with that, but the Dusters are a new gang coming to Star Citizen in Stanton in 3.22.
Okay, so cosplay competition next year. I can't wait to see what you guys come up with. All right. All right, so they're looking awesome. Now, the last gang we want to talk about is Dusters. So Dusters are a criminal gang specializing in mining-related crimes. Now, internally, I loved the original Desert Nomad armor. You can see him here, right? Now, I wanted to use it as a starting point to establish the Dusters design language. So here we can see
that. Honestly, that kind of goes to show how, like, back when this kind of stuff was coming out, I think we got this with 3.0 maybe, or an early 3.x update, 2019, 2020. The stuff they were putting out there was all one of a kind, not really like planned to be stuff. And they just were putting things into the game to fill it out. And now we can see that the things that they were putting into the game to fill it out, they're starting to use as like the basis for the actual game. So I wonder what other kind of one-off pieces and weird stuff that we have from earlier in the game they might use for the basis of like a faction or a new type of tech or something.
Design language. So here we can see the Dusters gang lineup showing armor leveling and rarity. So as a player, you'll have horizontal armor progression. This will define your role and playstyle. Then you'll have vertical progression. This is your progression within that role and playstyle. For example, a common bounty hunter armor set will be weaker than a legendary, and as armor progresses in strength, it's harder to acquire. So harder missions, rarer drops, higher reputation. Now, as we're talking a little bit about armor sets, let's recap a little. So the goal is that players should consider which armor to equip based on the role they wish to fill and the scenario they're heading into. There will be also greater differences between the current armor types. So light, medium, and heavy, and this will be in protection and mobility. New armor categories will be combat, specialist, utility, and support.
Also solid, they're starting to actually set up real armor types. So you've had nothing up until now.
These will define the type of items that are quickly available on the slots of the suit.
And again, that also,
there will also be additional
like this works into some of the stuff we talked about yesterday, like the tractor beam. We talked about like limitations for that kind of thing. Maybe the armor that you're wearing. You know, some armors might have an extra battery pack that'll power some of these tools, because tools that do things, multi-tools, tractor beams, mining tools, those will all use energy, and you'll have to have batteries for that. So maybe you'll have armor that has extra battery power, you know, and that might be something for a cargo hauler compared to somebody else who has very limited use.
Functionality to assist in your chosen role. A matrix of armor type versus category will provide a variety of roles, with each providing best-in-class benefits. There will also be hindrances to out-of-role gameplay. For example, if you're wearing a heavy armor set and you're trying to fly a little snub fighter, you'll have restricted visibility and less vehicle control. So in this scenario, like a flight suit armor type with resistance to milder G-forces would be preferred. Okay. So as we saw in Ali's presentation yesterday, hygiene simulates and tracks the accumulated effects of a character going unwashed for any length of time.
Okay.
Poor hygiene.
So skipping over hygiene. It's so weird that they put the hygiene part like in the middle of the dusters section, but it's there. Anyways, here's a little showcase of what their armor looks like in game. Kind of cold, dude. Last time I tried to shoot an FS9 like that, it broke my nose. Y'all are gonna be cold. I think I've already said it, but this gives me tons of Oblivion vibes. Elder Scrolls Oblivion. Okay, so that's the Dustas. This is a new faction coming in with 3.22 in December. Again, more stuff from CitizenCon. And that about does it for that segment. Yes, it's kind of like stuff from CitizenCon that was coming. Now we've got Salvage. And to get us into Salvage, to get us really hooked up with what Salvage is going to offer, I want to give you guys a full look over of what Salvage is supposed to be. So we know about hull scraping, we know about structural salvage, but there's also siphoning and component removal like we're doing since 3.19. So I'm going to let Todd Pappy explain sort of the overall idea of Salvage, and then I'm going to let them talk about where they were with it. This is all the way back in 2020. So I'm going to give you that context, and then we're going to jump up to the current year and see where they are with it now, getting ready to try and release it in 3.22. So here is the Pappy, Mr. Todd Pappy.
Do we see, overall,
Very quiet.
How do we see Salvage working in the persistent universe?
We really break it down into 4 different types. So there's hull scraping, which would be actually removing hull, or basically the paint off of the hull. Then there's components, basically salvaging, taking out the components that are placed actually within the objects, so coolers, power plants, computers, so on and so forth. Then there's the maw, which would be actually crunching up the ships and disposing of them that way. And then there's actually siphoning of different oxygen or fuel, data, that kind of stuff.
Gotcha. We've talked about some of those aspects before. The hull scraping is like the inverse of repair. The last time we talked about it, like a repair beam would be shot at the ship and like put it back together, and then a hull scraping would be the reverse of that.
Yeah, think of it almost like you're applying Bondo, you're taking away Bondo, for like car repairs and stuff like that. So
okay, and then a component retrieval, it's like FPS. You fly over, you go inside the wreck, you pull the components. Maw, I'm guessing, is the reclaimer, is something like the reclaimer.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Siphoning was the one that I'm not familiar with. Talk to me a little bit more about siphoning. Siphoning what?
Well, I mean, for example, we have tanks, so like.
Okay. We back? Are we good? What's up, guys? Sorry about that. That was strange. I don't know what the heck happened there. The internet just went out. I have no clue why. It didn't happen for the whole house, just for our router. But everything that was connected to this router just suddenly lost connection. So we got it back up. I don't know if they did something outside on accident, but I think everything is good. So we're going to get right back into this, starting from wherever we left off with the salvage. My bad, folks. Back to it. Stuff general. Here we go.
Right. So then you want to take those, and so then in the future you're not having to pay for these things, or
Thought I just lost connection
again.
again.
For free, then why not?
Oh, absolutely. Now, I understand that, all of these different aspects of salvaging, they all have a number of prerequisites, things that are being worked on right now that will make salvaging possible. Talk to us about some of the prerequisites that are being worked on right now.
Well, so for hull scraping, we've got the damage tech that Ali had done a long time ago, and there's some persistence that would need to be done with that, in order to make sure that we're spawning the ships the way that we need to spawn them, and because right now we don't save out all of that information. So there would need to be some thought process and some work done on that. For the hull scraping, obviously we need to create the weapons or items that you can use to actually scrape. And then for component retrieval, it's actually getting the items in, getting them placed within ships, getting power running, getting pipes working the way that we need it to work, so that so you can take it out of ships, but at the same time, when you're actually in the ship, you have the multi-crew gameplay of actually removing those items or switching them out on the fly if you're flying around or even if you're in battle. The Maw.
So he said there. He said that the pipe system there. That's what they said. What was the replacement, right, with engineering? In fact, real quick, because we got it here. Like when you have all this stuff right here at your fingertips, why don't we go back and find literally the words that they spoke about this stuff, just so we can confirm. I think he says it here somewhere.
Gameplay.
Let's see if I can find that line.
This year's change. Follow us for quite some time, probably know about the resource network already, but let's do a brief recap. We will be talking here about our technology, that is resource network, and the engineering gameplay that can be called a child of the resource network. The engineering task will allow you to manage your ships, outposts, and possibly other things about the resource network. Those that follow us for quite some time, let's start with the actual presentation.
Okay.
Those that follow us for quite some time probably know about the resource network already, but let's do a brief recap. We will.
And I'm going to talk about the resource network. So what is the resource network? The main drive for the resource network was replacing the previous pipe system you might have heard about.
There it is. Okay, so that's, they used to talk about this pipe system back when they were doing item 2.0, 2018, 2019 time. And that was the first version of sort of heat and everything that we have. If you go back on the roadmap, actually, you can find that. I think it's somewhere around in here. They started putting in component degradation, wear and tear. Here we go. Power allocation, item 2.0. Functionality for ship components, allowing for weapons and other items to overheat and be overclocked, as well as the ability to configure shields, power plants, weapons, and other systems. These were like the first entries of what they called the pipe system way back. And then I think they did a couple more improvements on it. Yeah, here we go. The heat system. Improvements to the heat system to provide a more systemic experience between items and vehicles. This will cover a variety of issues and other effects on vehicles, from how heat affects various components in a ship to incorporating heat values into the room system, all the way to defining the ambient heat of a solar system. If you go through this roadmap, you are going to see a lot of stuff in here that, like, clearly they had a goal for and they started working on and putting in, but over time, they weren't able to progress as far because the rest of the game still needed to be built at its most basic version. So what we're seeing now is the expansion of this heat system, what it really was meant to be. And the more you look into these different updates from back in the day, you'll see little crumbs of stuff like this. Force reactions is definitely one. Electron damage is another. Thruster efficiency curves points towards like control surfaces and stuff. Prison systems and missions pointing towards bounty hunting. So like this is a treasure trove on its own. But that just kind of provides context towards where this whole system is coming from. It is an expansion on the older ones they were already building.
It's going to be based off of the way that we break up our ships anyways, and kind of then figuring out, do we need to have smaller detonators on those to blow up those things and then create different shards, or like there just needs to be some real thought gone into the Maw and how we're going to crunch things up and get that. And then siphoning, it's basically at that point in time, making sure the room system's working the way that we need it to work, so that we can actually pull things out. Making sure that we can actually put things in too, so like getting our life support working the way that we need it to work. For the fuel and those tanks, it's basically just making sure that we have a entry point so that we can actually pull things out.
Okay. And
so all that, as you'll see in a second here, the maw and the reclaimer and the hole munching bit from that, they've gotten it into a prototype phase. The room system, life support, they've got it into a prototyping phase, and it looks like a little bit beyond that too. Entry ports for fuel, they've started doing with refueling. There are a lot of different things that he's naming as prerequisites for this kind of salvage gameplay to work, and they are things we've seen recently happen in the last 2 years. So that's why we're starting to see more movement on salvage. Here's the last little bit on this, though, kind of how it's supposed to progress, and then we will talk about where they are now.
For us, what's how does this how do we see this going forward?
So right now we're working on power, and we're basically getting that working the way that it's supposed to be working, so it's scalable. And then from there, we're working on getting all the items placed in the ships, and obviously with our catalog of ships, that takes a while. So those things are being worked on in tandem right now. And then from there, we'll figure out, okay, with hole scraping, when do we start on that, and kind of work through a lot of those things. So with that, those have always been kind of in Chris's mind, my mind, Tony's minds. Those are really the first, ideas of what salvage is. So then it'll just be, okay, do we want to release the components, aspect first, or do we want to, release hole scraping, with the components, and say that is salvage as a whole. But no matter what, I think it'll just be us figuring out, okay, hey, here, this is our base salvage, and then we'll continue to iterate on it, much like we did with mining, where we put out, an idea of, hey, this is salvage, or this is mining, and then we introduced FPS mining, and from there, we've done other adjustments to like volatile mining, so on and so forth. So it'll be kind of following the same cadence that, or salvage will be following the same cadence that we've done in mining.
Cool.
And we've seen a lot of that play out. So like I said, room systems coming together, life supports coming together. We can interact with components, we can hull scrape, and we can take away cargo. Refueling works, but we can't force the fuel out of a ship into our ship yet. So that's siphoning that we don't have, and then structural salvage that we don't have. But structural salvage is on the roadmap for 3.22. It says implementing the ability to transform large chunks of metal and salvage from salvaged from ships into a refinable material. This will use the grinder systems board salvage ships like the Vulture and Reclaimer. So this is what people generally think of when they think of salvage, chomping up a ship hull into blocks of metal. And here is the last update we got on how this is going, but it has improved since then, and they are kind of expecting it by the end of the year. So let's see.
So what we're going to do on this week's show, the first of our Q3 shows where things are a little bit different, we are going to look at a feature at the absolutely earliest stage. This is earlier than we've ever shown any feature ever, the prototype phase. What we're about to show you is not going to look good. It's not going to look pretty. It's going to be weird, poppy, and buggy. So we're just warning you ahead before you take the footage and put it in your YouTube videos. What is the prototype that we're going to look at right now, Jacob?
We're going to be looking at the prototype for munching, the next tier of salvage. The idea being we need some way to take apart a larger ship and break it into little pieces so that you can then pick it up in your salvage ships, gain some material from that, and you'll be able to sell that later. But we're going to be looking at just the breaking a ship apart phase, which is what we're prototyping here.
All right, so I got it queued up here. Let's take a look at this here. So obviously this is a Vulture approaching a Gladius.
Yep. So for the prototype, we've added in a new munching mode, sub-mode to salvage. So all of that hull scraping UI has disappeared. and we're going down to just what we need for this prototype, which is the ability to break apart a ship, which at the moment is going to look exactly the same as if you blew it up with your guns, but in future that would look rather different.
What's happening right here? I see the bar filling up on the left,
Okay,
but nothing's
so-
happening with the ship.
Yeah, so this is the placeholder for the actual gameplay that would happen here. The design will have some actual gameplay for what you have to do as a player to break the ship apart, but we put in that little placeholder, which is just essentially a timer, a progress bar, based on how big...
Yeah, I can't imagine this is coming in, like, at the end of this year, unless they were just really able to utilize a lot of Maelstrom for this. Going from this prototyping phase, I think this was just a couple months ago, yeah, in July, to a fully functional design. We don't know if it's going to work on every ship or what, but like, that's a hefty step of improvement over the course of 6 months. I wonder what this is going to look like when it comes to the PTU.
Target is.
And that is actually on purpose, because the question that we are asking in this prototype are more technical. That means that we shouldn't focus on the gameplay aspect, so we should keep the gameplay as minimal or as simple as possible, and then so that we can fully focus on the technical bits of the prototype.
Okay, so we saw it broken into some, what looked like normal debris, but now we got to break it into smaller munchable stuff. So we'll go back to the video here.
So breaking it into normal debris is stuff that you've seen before, but when we have this bigger part, it doesn't come apart into more pieces naturally. So in this prototype, we are just deleting the thing and replacing it with loads of tiny little placeholder pieces to act as the munched apart debris. What you're also seeing is a prototype for how you will get those pieces into your cargo, which is a little suction field that grabs those little pieces, drags them towards the grinder in the mouth of the Vulture, and from there they're converted into cargo.
Those little pieces that we saw are obviously not arted and everything. I want to remind people again, we've literally never shown anything in a prototype phase before, so forgive me for reiterating this 2 or 3 more times before we're done here. This is designer art, just small pieces to represent the mass and the size of stuff that we might be using.
It's even worse, it's coda art.
Yes, indeed. This is the programmer equivalent of a white box test, where I'm not even qualified to make white boxes, so I just rip off other assets that I found in the engine and just slap them together. So that's what this is.
And obviously, without being a prototype, there's no VFX, there's no explosions, there's no beams, there's none of the things that would mask this transition that would normally happen, so that you don't see the pieces just pop in, like they're currently doing.
Yes.
All right, so that was done on your local machine, just you on your workstation doing a local version of the universe here. The next phase, as I understand it, is to test it in PU conditions, and we're going to go ahead and start this video because this video is going to go for a little bit. Tell me what we're doing here.
Yeah, so I'll tell you what we're doing, and then we can discuss later why we're doing that.
Exactly.
What we're doing right here is I want to test worst case performance conditions. So I'm chucking in some console commands to load up or stream in several different landing zones at the same time. Because otherwise, me as just one player on the server, I wouldn't really be loading that much. I wouldn't be stressing the server. So I'm going to stress it quite a lot by loading up as many landing zones as I can think of off the top of my head, basically, until I see that server FPS count go appreciably lower.
Yeah, look at that.
And then only once I've done that, am I going to step into the actual gameplay test.
I also noticed you've upgraded from a Gladius to an 890 jump.
Yes, because when I think worst case for breaking a big thing into small things, I want the biggest possible thing, which is going to require lots and lots of small things. So, yeah, 890 jump is a good candidate for that.
Okay. So, what are you typing here? Oh, yeah.
I'm just typing in some comments for the other recipients of this video, because this was an internal video for, reviewing stuff.
Yeah, that's more PU speed server.
Leave notes for people?
FPS.
There are other ways, but it's the most convenient. So,
all right. So we've got the server simulating PU conditions. All the landing zones are loaded at once instead of streaming in and out like they would normally would. So it's actually worse than you would see on a normal PU.
Indeed, and we're going to see that immediately, that this breaking the ship apart that we saw work so nicely in the editor, well, I've really annoyed the server here because all of these pieces are popping in a not so great way, and I make a bit of a sarcastic comment about it in the console.
It's important to create these conditions, to test these things, not just in ideal conditions, not just the ideal universe of your own computer, or even the PU when it's like first loads and nobody's in and everything's great.
No, indeed. What I'm testing here is worse than we would hope it ever to be. We don't want it to ever be this bad, but we got to test it because it might be.
All right, so here's where beams would be shooting out, starting to break the ship apart.
Yeah, there'd be extra gameplay here, there'd be VFX or whatever. But
yes, beams
in the
will be
editor
included.
version, we saw pretty much.
Believe it or not, beams are great at cutting things.
As soon as the big piece
Sci-Fi beams, okay. I don't know about real beams. Don't check me on that.
disappeared, all those tiny little bits turned up. Well, it's not going to go that way in this situation. We're going to be waiting quite some time for all those little pieces to turn up.
Gotcha. And so while we're waiting for those pieces to turn up here, let's talk about what we learned from what we've learned from these tests so far. Obviously, there's some performance stuff, but there's also some gameplay implications from what we've seen. Torsten, you want to talk us through it?
Well, I can talk about some parts that we learned from. Right.
Sure.
So the best thing that you can learn from a prototype is actually everything that goes bad, because this is the stuff that you can then iterate on and make the gameplay or the technical stuff even better. So from the gameplay perspective, so I will just talk about the gameplay stuff, and Jacob can talk about what we learned from a technical perspective there. Is from the gameplay we learned that what about big ships? So how, for example, now you saw the Vulture trying to attach to the 890 jump. That is a bit of a wonky situation and it doesn't feel right. So what about Vultures actually munching bigger ships? So how can we make that an interesting gameplay? Then you saw in the first video what happens when the ship transitions into the smaller bits. So the masking is a huge topic that we have to solve so that it feels right and you don't notice that one element pops away and another element pops in.
That's got to be the hardest thing of all of this, right? Is figuring out how to make it look good. Because you could break materials down, but man, this is going to be such a pain to... Maybe it won't be such a pain. It seems like it'll be a pain, though, to make it look convincing and scale correctly across all ships. But, we'll see.
It would be more painful for you to munch because you have to stand up from your seat more often, go down to the filler station, remove the boxes. So this is definitely an issue that we then have to solve because we really don't want to have this gameplay to be more tedious than it's has to be. So we have to find a solution how we can make it more like much nicer for the player to actually remove those crates there. Then the navigation around the pieces is also something that we notice isn't that fun. So we will probably utilize the tractor beams there because we are anyway working on them, but maybe that makes it much easier for players instead of flying around and getting the pieces between the fork of the Vulture and then having it disintegrate, but instead you pulling the pieces in with a tractor beam. The fork of the Vulture is very limiting in terms of what pieces will fit. So this is also something we learned. And a big thing is, which already is standing out, is how can we make it fun and unique for the Reclaimer. So we just were looking in the prototype at the Vulture, and the big question that our team was asking in the end of that prototype was like, okay, how can we facilitate the claw and the uniqueness visuals or the uniqueness in general of the Reclaimer to actually facilitate that gameplay and have it stand out and be meaningful and fun.
All right, so a lot of gameplay.
Look at that tiny little piece of metal. The whole claw comes in, and it's just like this. I guess it's actually pretty big considering the size of the claw.
Be meaningful and fun.
All right, so a lot of gameplay. a lot of gameplay implications from just that little prototype. Jacob, what was your takeaways?
From the tech perspective, I'm looking at things like the performance and also just what am I going to have to account for to achieve the designer's vision here? And I know that we're going to want things like the time that it takes to destroy something to be somewhat proportional for its size and mass. But from the initial prototype, I could already see that a bigger piece taking longer. It already takes a few seconds with the Gladius. If we're going to scale that up and scale up the time as well proportionally to a big target, we're going to have to think about what equation are we going to use for scaling that, so that it doesn't take you ages, like sitting there for minutes to break something apart. I got to think about how I'm going to hook in the visual effects and the audio. What dependencies am I going to need to get involved?
Speaking of judging time, the entity system is taking a little bit of time to spawn all the spawn debris. We've been talking. This is still going at the moment. Obviously, there's going to have to be some optimization work there with the entity system.
This is kind of what we've got with PES is that it's not quite as quick to create entities as before we had PES. And we have all sorts of great stuff that comes with PES, so this is just a small limitation that we have to learn to work around. But it tells us that gameplay ideas that we had before PES might need some adaptation in order to work efficiently in the post-PES world.
Yup. All right, I don't want to drag this on, but that is the gist of structural salvage. It's going to be a pretty big system, and it's going to expand salvage a lot. I mean, industrial game loops and career paths have taken a huge step up this year, and continue to kind of every couple of quarters, I think, introduce some pretty good new gameplay for everyone. So the final thing we're going over today, besides all the stuff we've already covered, and I'm sure there is more to come to 3.22. I don't think they've announced all the stuff they want to add in there, or rather to whatever patch comes in at the end of the year. Whatever they're getting out in December, I think that we'll probably see one or two more things, and obviously some quality of life and patch notes type of stuff. But the last thing I want to go over today that we might end up seeing by the end of the year at least is going to be some cargo improvements. Now, it's not too extensive. We still don't know too much about it, but one of the things that they're bringing us is the ability to put boxes inside of larger boxes. I'm guessing there might be more to it than this. We've only got one sentence. The feature will allow players to store items and smaller cargo containers in larger cargo containers. So consolidation and the ability to actually store stuff in boxes. I think they talk about that here, but I'm not entirely sure where. I think it's more towards the end of this whole thing. So I'm going to start playing from around here, and we'll just see.
You need to be at a specific location to use that inventory and management. So this gives us a lot of benefit across the game, where you know exactly where your stuff is and where to get it and where to go to organize it.
Now you'll be accessing that inventory via the freight platform and the hangars. You'll be using the freight platform to put it down. If you want to take something out, you use the freight platform to take it out. And you can use these inventory container boxes that I mentioned previously in order to optimize that kind of hauling. Let's say you realize you have a lot of guns that you want to take with you. Well, in the kiosk inventory management screen, you can move those items into a single box to aggregate them together so that you just use one pass with the tractor beam in order to move it all onto your ship. It also means that you'll have the ability to haul larger things in the game more efficiently by taking them and putting them into these larger boxes, such as ship items that maybe you purchased or stole.
If you want to do some kind of underground assaulting mission, you just bring your big guns and everything, and you also load that into your ship. So everything is going to be really physicalized and no more kind of magic stuff popping here and there.
In addition to the freight platform access, we want to give players the ability to access smaller items without having to go to a hangar. And for this, we're going to add some kind of what I call an item bank. And this is just like a secure box kind of access point in the landing zone so that you don't have to go to a hangar, and it'll look very similar to the other personal inventory interactions. And you can move smaller items around there, such as handguns or meta pins. But again, tying it to a physical location in the game and getting rid of this kind of magic.
So that's like a pretty key part of all of this, is like everything we're talking about here. I'm actually going to rewind because I wanted to let you guys hear all that off of one straight go, and then I wanted to interrupt. Everything that's happening with cargo, actually a lot of the stuff that's happening in general in this game feels like they're just adding features on top of features. And what a lot of people who probably have been here for a long time are noticing is that it's more so they're trying to flesh out the features they added. And all of the stuff that's happening right now with the whole cargo refactor is basically just about making sure that we're not, like, it's just physicalizing everything, really. All the way back from when they added the inventory in 3.15. It's just been all about trying to physicalize everything in the game and make people think about how they're storing and transporting that stuff. So let's listen back through again to this explanation and then stop them when we find something interesting.
Freight platform and the hangars. You'll be using the freight platform to put it down. If you want to take something out, you use the freight platform to take it out. And
so
you can use these.
That's the pretty easy part. We all get that, I think.
Inventory container boxes that I mentioned previously in order to optimize that kind of hauling. Let's say you realize you have a lot of guns that you want to take with you. Well, in the kiosk inventory management screen, you can move those items into a single box to aggregate them together so that you just use one pass with the tractor beam in order to move it all onto your ship. It also means that you'll have the ability to haul larger things in the game more efficiently by taking them and putting them into these larger boxes.
So, because they're kind of tying this to this kiosk that they're talking about, it almost feels like we're going to get that kiosk, right? Like, how do we get the ability to do these box storage things they're talking about, this Russian doll style, if you will, without the freight elevators they're also talking about this coming with?
In order to move it all onto your ship. It also means that you'll have the ability to haul larger things in the game more efficiently by taking them and putting them into these larger boxes, such as ship items that maybe you purchased or stole.
If you want to do some kind of underground assaulting mission, you just bring your big guns and everything, and you also load that into your ship. So everything is going to be really physicalized and no more kind of magic stuff popping here and there.
In addition to the freight platform access, we want to give players the ability to access smaller items without having to go to a hangar. And for this, we're going to add some kind of what I call an item bank. And this is just like a secure box kind of access point in the landing zone so that you don't have to go to a hangar, and it'll look very similar to the other personal inventory.
It's going to help a ton in places where they don't serve us enough food. Why they don't, I don't know, but
interactions. And you can move smaller items around there, such as handguns or meta pins. But again, tying it to a physical location in the game and getting rid of this kind of magic. We're taking that and also applying it to the inventory in the vehicles. Right now in the game, you can hit I while you're inside of a vehicle, and you'll see a similar kind of invisible magical inventory for the vehicle. We're going to be getting rid of that and instead replacing it with a combination of access points like glove compartments in the ship, as well as those inventory container boxes, so that you'll still be able to haul personal items and larger vehicle parts between locations in the game, but you'll have to do it in a way that's physically tied to actual entities that are attached to the cargo grid, as well as exposing it in a way for people to be able to reclaim them from a wreckage or maybe even pirate.
Stuff significant. It's significant. This is big stuff. It was stuff we hoped was going to happen all in one or maybe two updates, the whole cargo refactor. We're now at month 12 of the cargo refactor, and we're just kind of hitting the real significant stuff. But it's nice to see, and hopefully freight elevators don't take too long to follow behind these box improvements.
So, lots of changes coming with everything being physicalized everything stored in boxes, and no more magic bag of holding. But how will you inventory your inventory? Well, that's where the new hangar kiosk comes into play.
So this we won't go over just yet, because we're not quite sure if okay, we'll do a little intro to hangar kiosks. This is not something I'm expecting in 3.22, at least not yet. Maybe they'll add it in the next roadmap roundup, but as of the time of this recording, it's not something that's looking like it'll be there. We'll keep an eye out for it though, because this could be something. I mean, you need this to figure out how to load everything into these boxes they're talking about. So I don't know if maybe they're just going to introduce the boxes and not the packing functionality, but this would be, I guess, the next step after what we're about to have.
Freight elevators are going to be implemented as an access point inside of player hangars.
By the way, Razy, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate you on 5 months, buddy.
And you'll use a kiosk to interact with the freight platform in order to call things up from your inventory or to put things into your inventory.
The player controls the freight elevator through the freight elevator kiosk because we have to coordinate between 3 different doors. The kiosk is what determines when the door should open, when the door should close, when the cargo get loaded and all that stuff. So that is the physical thing that's basically going to bring up cargo for you and then also like take cargo from you when you sell it.
The kiosk is going to be the center point of the hangar. This is really where you'll manage everything. So it's not just the cargo stuff that you manage through the kiosk. You will be able to manage your inventory, basically bringing up the stuff, sending it back. It's also going to be those small items. You also going to have some sort of inventory box that you will be able to interact with, to put stuff in it. Basically everything is going to go through that kiosk. So everything is central to the kiosk.
It's easy to see how all of this will redefine the open sandbox experience at the core of Star Citizen's persistent universe. But what if a cargo career isn't for you? What if you just like to run the occasional mission? Don't want to spend your time loading boxes?
All right, so this is, they're now going to get into more of like the missions and stuff and sort of what's going to, this isn't just about you carrying stuff you want to carry. They're making this a full career with missions that you'll be able to take. You don't care what you carry, you'll get paid for that work. And it's going to be deeper, it's going to be better, but it's not coming this year, so we're not going to cover it. Freight elevators? Shoot, I don't know. If there was one part of this whole refactor they could ship without the freight elevators, it would probably be the boxes inside of other boxes. So this does not confirm freight elevators, but we'll see over the next couple of weeks, probably the next month, if this is going to happen or not. This being freight elevators, but that's it for today. That is just about everything that we know for pretty certain is coming in 3.22 or this year at least, from the engine advancements to the gameplay features to the ships. It's going to be a pretty significant patch, not a huge one, but it's got some good stuff in it, particularly tractor beams, new mission stuff, and hopefully we see something with Reputation, but I don't know. Either way, hope you enjoyed. Thank you all for coming to my little summary of what's coming for the rest of the year. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. Consider liking and share these with folks who are looking for more. I'll cut this down into a shorter YouTube video, but I'm also probably going to make something a little bit more polished than this for this. I don't know, actually. I might just do one about the next 12 months instead of the next 2 months. That'd be easier. Probably last for longer. So keep an eye out for that. But this has been the rest of 2023. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap things up. Hope y'all got some good info out of it. Scott, glad you enjoyed it. Plenty of stuff to go over. I'm sure there's going to be a lot more next week because IAE is going to introduce us to a new straight to flyable ship. Probably give us some significant updates on other stuff. So I've got a couple of podcasts planned. Like I said, I'll be on Info Runners on the 17th and then again on the 27th at the end. I'll be hosting a couple of my own talks. I'll be bringing on STL Youngblood for a follow-up show. I know a lot of people were really interested in seeing him on the launch sequence earlier this year. So I'm going to bring him on towards the end to talk about all the ships we see over the next couple weeks. But I'll also have on I'm going to have on some racers and dogfighters to talk about ships and new flight controls. And I'm going to bring on the Inforunner folks that always come on to talk ships with me. Paul, Julian Execute, maybe a couple of the others. So keep an eye out. We got a lot of stuff coming up over the next few weeks and a month or two. I'm sure you won't. I'm sure there's at least something you'll be interested in. Something for everybody. All right, I'm going to send you on over on Twitch. My lovely Twitches. Send you over to Loken. Another info runner. Somebody you might see me talking with on info runners during IAE. What are you supposed to do if you're already subbed? Bishop, I don't know, man. Social security number, maybe? Join GII, hashtag. Anyways, dude, appreciate you. Appreciate you all. Hope you guys had a good time today. Have good fun. Cheers. Did we get raided? Is this a double raid? I can't even see anymore if I did get raided, but thank you to whoever raided me if you did. Appreciate you. Ghost Actual, glad you liked the content. Danger Hobo, thanks for showing up. Guys, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Have a great one. Stay happy. Give someone a hug. Cheers.
you.